Happy holidays, everybody, and welcome to Blitz Mistletoe Madness. 32 total teams entering, and only 3 will leave with some precious prize money. I'm Maggie Mary, and I'm joined by my co-caster Karma. Karma, it's Domly Nation versus Hugo Francerne. Domly are the previous champions, and Hugo Francerne are newbies. So, who do you think's gonna come out on top here?
I'm just gonna say Domley because I can actually pronounce their name, HYG. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the full name. I'm too dumb to do it. I got that Midwest education, so it's too big of a word for me. I think it's like 13, 14 letters. It's too big. But yeah, like you said, Domley Nation coming into this back-to-back champions, not even just previous champions, back-to-back. So you know they're gonna be a tough team to beat. I think it's gonna be exciting to watch them throughout tonight and throughout the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Domly is probably my pick to win here. But I'd like to see what Hugo Francerne has up their sleeve here because they are coming into this team or this tournament as a kind of lower ranked team. So if they're coming in here, then they have at least a little bit of confidence that they can win something. Definitely a tough game to start up with since Domination is our current champions. But I'd like to see what Hugo Francerne kind of plays according to their sheet. They have a sort of specific composition with a Ramatra Brawl style comp, except with a Kiriko support. So if that's the comp they're really, really good at, I'd like to see them at least maybe pull a map on Domly, maybe even pull around on the first control map here. But Domination does have a win under their sleeves, and also I think rank under their sleeves as well. So it's likely going to be Domination, but what do you think Domination is going to run here? Maga is not allowed in this tournament, so the sort of Maga comps that we've been seeing floating around currently are not going to be in this tournament. So what do you think they're going to run instead?
I think we could see a lot of brawl style. I think obviously Sig is still fairly good, even though obviously the patch came out on Tuesday. We're still probably gonna see him a little bit. It's still early enough in the patch where it's like, hey, nobody's figured out a consistent meta, especially with OWL being sort of gone and not really any high tier sort of competitions going on except for calling all heroes. You could sort of deal with a lot of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised we do see some Ramatcha, but a little birdie has told me casting with them at a few times in a bit that Winston is actually very popular in calling all heroes, so we could see Winston coming around. They did get that buff with the basically going through the armor. We could see the Ramatra come out as well for both these teams. The Void Accelerator had that little bit of a buff as well as the armor getting changed, so it just depends on what these tanks feel comfortable with. I know I was casting before and I saw a lot of Junkrat. I saw a lot of these different sort of weird silly comps that come out because it's a brand new patch, because of all these different changes that have come out for the tank and also for some of the DPS players. Orb got changed, Kiriko got changed a little bit with Suzu, so it's going to be interesting to see what they come out with. And especially with first map being Lijiang, it's going to be an interesting sort of style to come out with, especially because you see it's a best of 3 map currently, so it's control, hybrid, flashpoint. Lijiang Tower, it's Lijiang Tower and King's Row. We're going to see those no matter what. I think those are the 2 staples in scrims, staples in competitions. So it's going to be interesting to see what map point comes out first, especially with indoor and gardens. You're going to have 2 very different styles, not including night market. So it's going to be interesting to see what these 2 teams feel comfortable with and decide to run on those 2 maps.
Yeah, for sure. And like you were talking about with the Winston, I have also seen Winston being very popular right now. And I've also seen a kind of unique Winston style comp where it's Banana Rush or having the Winston alongside a Kiriko support line, Kiriko Lucio. So that definitely could come out. And yeah, Lijiang Tower is one of those staples where it's kind of different to all the other maps in terms of you can force a composition that you wouldn't necessarily play on Hybrid or Flashpoint, where you can play like a Rhine comp, especially with a Rhine Symmetra comp. That's just a very common thing you'll see on Lijiang Tower. So you might see some brawl comps coming out here, and maybe Hugo Francerne has a little bit of an edge here with their Ramatra brawl, but also Ramatra isn't necessarily the highest tank on the tier list right now,
Yeah.
but that's if they're gonna play it, you know? And it looks like they are. They're rolling out on the Ramatra with a Mei. A Domination has decided to match that up. They're like, all right, you guys are a Ram team. Let's beat you at your own game.
Yeah, the only difference though is that HYG is going for a much more sort of brawl heavy style, take the space and try to hold it, whereas Domination, they're just going for pure damage with the Junkrat and Bastion, just trying to be like, hey, we see what you're gonna run, we're gonna just try to out damage you no matter what.
Yeah, and it looks like Domination has arrived at that middle section first. The tank form has already come out of the Ramachas, both Ramachas. It's going to be a bit of a fight at this choke. Domination taking some space there as a shield comes out, and Ryan is able to find Madzog 6B. Looks like Domination is just sweeping up the rest of this team after taking that space.
Yeah, first person to fall for Domination was Andreas on the Bastion, and just having that basically that main damage source. Obviously, Junkrat does get a lot of damage, especially against the Brawl style, but Ryan just on a tear right now completely. But just being able to completely do it, yeah, Ryan's just popping off completely.
Yeah, just yet another sweep. Ryan is able to just set up on this high ground, and it doesn't even look like Hugo Francine is even looking at him. It looks like it could be a pretty devastating spawn hold here.
Yeah, it really could, and just trying to make sure, hey, we want to go on these flanks, especially with the legs just being able to move around the team fast, as they find another pick onto the Junkrat and just completely just rolling over him.
Ryan is just still on that high ground, and they're not contesting him at all, as Mistletoe is able to just mow people down with the Icicle. They all finally find their Ramatra from Hugo Francine, and now Domination has taken another fight.
Yeah, just completely coming out with it, just basically showing that that hey, we're the previous champions for a reason. They already have the visor and the void and the annihilation, but Ryan just popping off completely. Yeah, Hugo Fascinated. They're just getting spawn held right now, and they don't know how to change it.
Shaq just jumping off the map, maybe on accident, maybe just to get away from this team. Aspect is just holding so close, and it seems that the moment Hugo Francine even steps out of their spawn, they're dead. Andreas just can't do anything on that Bastion. Once he's in turret mode, it doesn't matter. He's getting mowed down by Ryan as Anders 10 actually finds Mistletoe there. That will be the first kill for Hugo Francine, but the fight does not go in their favor.
Yeah, Lowell's just trying to go and using the May Freeze, just trying to switch it. They immediately switch over to the Sombra just to try to get back fast, is my guess. 20% already. Domination, they just took this completely, and if you look at as Anders 10 falls off the map, they have not even used an ult or had an ult yet.
Andreas is able to find Mistletoe once again. Mistletoe getting trolled. The tower comes out of spawn, but it's immediately moved down by Ryan once again. Ryan has just not been touched on this high ground. Guys, look at the soldier, guys. And Domination takes the first map on Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have an answer for one of the players on the other team, and they're just standing behind you, just shooting you in the back the entire time, you should probably turn around and deal with them, but they just couldn't do it. I'm surprised that HYG decided not to switch to the D.Va and go to the high ground and just try to DM them completely, as we see some swaps coming in for HYG going over to the Orisa now instead of the Ramatra, trying to maybe deal with that. And Domination, I've seen the Hog a few times. It's not surprising because Hog is right now, it's still very good, it's very usable, but it can't get countered. Right now with HYG using the Ana, I think it's going to be a little bit countered.
Yeah, and I have to see, of course, a lot of this is mechanical skill right now. Domination is able to just properly walk up on them, take space, and kind of mechanic stiff them, so the compositions aren't necessarily the problem for either team here. If Aspect can get some good hooks, I have full faith Domination can collapse on them. And Hugo Francine immediately walks in with that Orisa Fortify and the Orisa Spin. However, Ryan has already found Lucio with a headshot, 094, a boob on Andreas. Hugo Francine is down 2 players right now, just trying to get their footing on the point, but it's just not going to work. Domination surrounds them and takes them down.
Yeah, as Ryan just finds a nasty pick. But yeah, like you said, this is just like, hey, we're just getting outmatched. This isn't one of those things where it's like, hey, we're getting team diff. We're getting comp diff. We're just getting team diff right now, as Lils just keeps on falling off the map for some reason. Ryan does get picked, so that's the main carry that has been usually for Domination that does fall. So maybe HYG is able to get a pick here.
Yeah, that was both of the DPS for Domination down. However, Baller Steve is picking it up a little bit, finding Anderson 10. Mistletoe is killing himself once again. I fear he may be trolling. Baller Steve is able to find Bino, and the rest of them follow suit.
Yeah, just completely doing it. Ryan just keeps on picking it, and just again, Domination just proving like, hey, even the Trolls is trolling, it's still gonna be they're still just out.
Yeah, the window comes out from Domination once again, and it just finds pretty much all of Hugo Francine. Looks like they're trying to even the playing field right now, but it's just not working out for them as the hook comes out onto Andreas, and Andreas just falls to that Hog, not able to take him down quick enough. The 1v1 between supports ends, and Anderson's poor death. Speed The Ramondre Shack dies as well. They're just pouring out of the spawn one by one and dying.
Yeah, that's all that HYG is really trying to do. They're just trying to get out and trying to find a pick and just end up not being able to find anything. Mad is just trying to find something. They're just trying to find anything that can work, and just nothing's working for them at all.
The pulse bomb stick on Andreas finds him once again. Just looks like Domination is able to pick off these people the moment they come out of the spawn, but Shaq is just trying to get to this point on the Doomfist, already half HP, and falls. Just the same as the rest of his team, Andreas is able to find Aspect. Domination is down their tank, but is Hugo Francis going to be able to touch?
I doubt it, honestly. There's the way that Domination has been just completely spawn camping them. It's been rough. Baller Steve does fall, so they do end up getting a touch, but again, it's just trying to be like, hey, they're just basically out DPSing them and out maneuvering them completely.
Yeah, Dominations are just throwing themselves off the map right now, possibly giving Hugo Francis a chance to win this point. But Baller Steve is absolutely decimating Aspect's health, but Aspect gets him first, and it looks like Domination is going to take Li Zhang here.
Yeah, and that's map one immediately. Of course, when you came into this, the higher seed did get the map pick, so that was Domination's map pick. HYG, hopefully they can find something that works on point 2 that comes out, but just the way that Domination was playing, it just looked like it's going to be a completely wipe from them, just basically being like, hey, we don't really care. It's first round. We know we're gonna be in the final 3 at least, but it's still, if you're the HYG, you gotta just at least try to do something, especially with the way how Domination was playing it, just throwing themselves off the map. It's a little bit annoying, especially if you're HYG, and just like, hey, why? Just play the game. Just play the game for 5 minutes. Like, yes, we're getting rolled. We're doing this for fun. Just play the game. Like, that's all I gotta say about it. It's annoying. Yeah,
definitely a measure of disrespect coming out from Domination there. But I guess it's to be expected with somebody named Lulz Ditch Roll. But yes, Domination is just dominating over Hugo Francis right now. What I think Hugo Francis could do to maybe stave this off, they're going to get mechanically diffed, they're going to get micro diffed, but with Domination acting kind of silly, playing weird comps, throwing themselves off the map, they have to kind of get a coordinated push going. Let's group up, let's stop staggering out of our spawn. We know there's a Roadhog to our right, so let's not walk into him, and see what they could do. I would have liked to see maybe a Symmetra come out so that you can have all your players stand in spawn and just TP out. TP around that Roadhog. Something that would get you a coordinated play, because Domination was pretty much playing with a DPS down there. Maybe even pull out a cheese comp if you have to do that, If you can play Farm Mercy, hey, Farm Mercy's hard to kill with Hog, so maybe just try and pull it out. Of course, Ryan was there, kind of dominating them, but in the end, he did swap to Tracer, so just some adaptations we need to see from Hugo Francis if they want the chance of winning a map here.
Yeah, it really is. Not to mention as well, HYG, this is the only five teams that they have. They have 5 players on the roster, so I'm guessing it's just a group of friends. Domination, they have 7, they have basically, it looks like 7 roster spots of players, 3 coaches, a manager, so it's like they know what they're doing. They're a good team, and it's like okay, cool, you're facing a 5 stack of friends that are trying to have fun with it, and might as well keep on having fun with it. It's a fun tournament. It's playing for fun, might as well. And especially too, going to the next map, which is going to be hybrid, you have Blizzard World, you have Hollywood, you have KR, and you have Eichenwald. 3 out of those 4 maps are pretty good with Pharmacy, just trying to get those sort of different angles that you can. Don't be surprised if we do see one come in. I think that if you're HYG, you don't want to play King's Row because of how scrimmed it is and how it plays every single time people see it. So it's gonna be, you gotta go. In my opinion, I would like to see Blizzard World come out. If you're HYG, just try to play something funny with it, especially getting those different corners and different flanks that you can do. I would say try to do that and just see, like, hey, let's try to have fun with it, make sure something works, and just try to at least, I think if you're HYG, your goal is to try to at least get a tick right now. Just the way the way how Li Zhang happened, I think the goal for HYG is just, hey, gotta get a pick, gotta get a tick, and then, hey, we're fine with that. Let's just keep on doing that.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, King's Row is not the choice here. I would not go with that if I were them. It's very, very stuffable. And with the way Domination was playing, they want to just stuff your spawn doors, whereas Blizzard World is a little bit more difficult to stuff since you have those kind of wide exit points that your team can get very split if you're trying to spawn hold. So I would definitely like to see the Blizzard World as well. Blizzard World is one of those unique maps where you can play a few different comps on there. You know, you can force the dive, you can force poke, you can force brawl as well. But um, Domination right now, I think they can play really any comp. Again, like you said, they have lots of subs on the bench, so if anything goes awry, they could just throw somebody in. But yeah, I'd like to see Hugo Francine come out with at least a tick here. I want to see them at least maybe win a team fight, you know? I think they have it in them with the way Domination is kind of underestimating them. Like we've been kind of talking about, the micro diff, it's gonna happen when you're playing against a team full of GM1s, and you guys are more of a casual, you know, we're all in gold, we're playing silver games, that kind of thing. But, you know, in this setting, I think it's possible we saw some, like, hints of life from Hugo Francine with some of the picks that they were getting. So if they can just capitalize on Domination underestimating them, then I believe in them to get the tick. I do think Domination will come out on top here.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough though. I think Domination. I think we're both favoring Domination in this, but it's like if you're HYG, hey, just keep on having fun with it. It's one of those things too where it's like, hey, yes, we're getting outmatched. Yes, it's a rough first fight where it's like, hey, yeah, we're going against the back-to-back champions of this stuff. So it's gonna be interesting. But I guess they didn't take our suggestions, did they? As we got our map pick in our ear, it's going to King's Row. We both think that's going to be rough for HYG, but Domination going into this, I think they could switch to it. I don't know if they're on defense or attack first. I would think if it's myself, I think, hey, we know we're the better team. Let's go on defense first, try to stuff them, and then try to just be like, hey, let's get this. I don't want to say get this done fast, but that's probably what Domination's trying to do. But if you're HYG, hey, let's get the attack, let's get a tick, and let's just keep on trying to get this fight rolling. Because if you're able to get that first tick on King's Row, you get set up in different angles where it's like, hey, they start to engaging, and you just drop completely on them through the upper high ground and everything like that. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens, especially now that we did get confirmation. Dominic's going to be actually attacking with this. So if you're HYG, how do you defend against sort of something like that?
Yeah, this one is going to be difficult for them with the attack. I do think they may be picking attack to draw this out a little bit, but the defense, me personally, I would run the Rhine comp. Sorry, I would run the Rhine, May, Sojourn, Bap, Lucio kind of thing. And basically what I would want to do, if for Hugo Francine, I kind of just want to play my life right now. I want to kind of play around corners, I want to give up space naturally, and I want to survive. So having that BAP with a large output of healing would be ideal, as well as life-saving measures like an immortality field. But we know that Domination can be fast and they can surround, and, you know, giving up point just to live is not necessarily the best strategy. But I think that might be where you'd have to go with this. Most sustain, most, let's go guys, we can stay alive. Even, honestly, I might even slap a Mercy Pocket on one of my DPS to make sure that one of my DPS can live.
Yeah, it looks like there is some swaps as well. Ryan is going off of, Ryan and Lowes are going off of the DPS onto the supports. Baller Steve is on DPS, and 094 is on DPS as well. Baz is the only one that's really staying in there. There's a swap right there. Coming out is coming out and going back in. It's gonna be interesting for them, but it's like you said, HYG playing the Ana instead of the BAP, so it's gonna be a little bit interesting to see the Orisa coming out for him. It's gonna be difficult, I think, in my opinion. But if you're HYG, you're hoping to, like, hey, let's just hold them for a bit. Let's try to make sure that, like, hey, we're not just going to lay down for you guys. We're going to try to keep this competitive, and even though you guys are trolling a little bit, we're just going to try to be competitive no matter what.
Yeah, for sure, and Domination's rolling out on kind of a troll comp as well. The Reinhardt's normal, but the Lifeweaver Zenyatta is not, as Baz just runs in there, uppies the uppie strat and is 1 HP. The Bastion form has already come out. Domination has their moment to attack Hugo Francine here as they collapse onto Andreas. Andreas does fall, but Bino is able to find Lols the troll, who may be once again trolling. Anderson is able to find Baz as well. This first attack is not looking in favor of Domination. Oh, 9-4 is actually finding a lot of poor Hugo Francine and pretty much solo clears that point.
Yeah, the sim right there just completely melting it down, getting a TP bomb just just completely melting it down as Baz says, hey, you know what? I like Reinhardt. Reinhardt's fun, but I'm just gonna have more fun playing the ball. Might as well, as Lucio's in the backline, just trying to find something.
Yeah, this is one of the most annoying things as an Ana player, having a Lucio flying around your screen. Domination is taking a very early fight here and already finds 3 Mistletoe in the backline, just mowing these squishies down. DPS Lucio is not to be messed with.
No, they really aren't. Just keep on, like, you see it all the time with like the Reddit Lucio's just going around killing everybody they can. And it's because they have a lot of damage output as they're just in their spawn.
Yeah, Mistletoe at the spawn. They were able to collapse on him right there. The Bastion farm already coming out against Baz here on the ball. Baz just playing a little corner. Hey, you can't get me. Come on. Get out of your silly little Bastion farm. And now it looks like Andreas might be in trouble here as nobody comes back to help him, and Baz is able to flank and get... Now, Hugo Franterne is down 1 for this next defense. Baz finding Eno as well, and Anderson falls as well. Close to Troll coming back in with more DPS pressure, and it's over for Hugo Franterne once again.
Yeah, and this comp as well, going to sort of like the main comp style of Domination, the ball tracers end comp is still fairly good. Especially, like, obviously, like, they are hitting macro and micro sort of demolished right now for HYG. But the comp that Domination is playing is actually fairly good, just being able to, hey, we want to dive on one target and sleep on it, especially with the Tracer buff that came out, going for 5.5 damage for 6 damage. It's very good as HYG, they're trying to find something to go on, and they just aren't able to find anything. But, again, it's going to be difficult for them, especially just like you said, team full of GM1 versus a team of flat diamonds, maybe just like trying to find some space and having some fun with it. It's going to be interesting to see how HYG ends up firing this if they are able to get a tick. But hey, if you get a tick, that's your mindset for this next step.
Yeah, Mistletoe just absolutely dominating this poor spawn. They're trying to deal with this single Lucio, but just can't manage it. Domination is just pushing that payload all the way to the end. 094 able to find Anderson at that spawn. A Symmetra with a charged beam is... Oh wait, it wasn't even. It was just a charged ball. But looks like Domination is going to find this first cap on King's Row.
Yeah, and again, like we kept on mentioning, Domination being one of the top teams in this tournament, they're gonna roll through some people. They're gonna roll through some teams. So it's like, it's the first few rounds for them is going to be a little bit more. Hey, let's just try to get through it. Make sure we don't end up falling in. If they do end up falling, I think that will be a big upset for whichever team does end up beating Domination. But if you're HYG, you're like, hey, we got the short end of the stick. Basically, we're facing the number 1 seed. We're facing one of the top teams in this tournament. We're facing a very tough opponent. Just keep our mentality up, keep our high hopes up, and not just be like, hey, we're doing this for fun one time, and then we're not going to go into more tournaments. There's more tournaments, especially not like this, but in different areas where it's like, hey, we could face people more of our level. We're just doing this for fun because of the prize pool at the end.
Yeah, for sure. And you kind of mentioned earlier their ranks. They actually listed their ranks on our team sheet, and they have a range of bronze 1 to gold 4. So a very low-ranked team, comparatively, of course, to a GM1 team. So quite honestly, to be able to get any kills on Domination is a big compliment to any of the players on Hugo Franterne, because that is such a rank differential. And we're seeing Domination posturing to spawn hold here, like we kind of predicted with this King's Row map.
Yeah, and again, honestly, going to HYG's comp, going to more comp style, since I am technically the analysis of it, as 8094 just deletes mad. But it's like, yeah, this is just unfair for HYG. But going to the comp style of HYG, this is a very good comp, especially in lower ranks where it's gold, flat-ish. Obviously, you said they're bronze to gold. But going to this comp, it's very much so aggressive style that you want to try to play. Obviously, you just want to completely out-damage them. And with the Kiriko Ramatra, with the Ramatra change of the Kiriko as well, you can see them start to run down people, but unfortunately, just the coordination of HYG just isn't there. So, Domination, they're like, hey, we're going to take any advantage we can get, just, especially once they get to the different comp styles, they're going to be looking at this and be like, hey, okay, we know what we're going to do, we're going to try to
Yeah, Shaq is just sitting there holding up that shield to try and block Baller Steve from headshotting his entire team, but unfortunately his team is not really getting the memo and not standing behind that shield. And also just not contesting Baller Steve whatsoever. I like the idea of coming to this top right section so that you can't immediately get headshot, but unfortunately there is a hog waiting to hook you at any moment. Andreas is able to find OV94 once again, but that is only one member of Domly Nation, and there are 4 others waiting to essentially just eat you alive.
Yeah, if Domly Nation wasn't sitting just immediately on the point, as Shaq is trying to get to the point, is end up starting to cap it, just trying to stay alive, but it looks like Ryan's just saying hi to him.
It's a mental off. It's a mental off on point.
Yeah, it is just them just standing there, but again, if Domly Nation wasn't full holding them, I would have wanted HYG to come out on like the AC-130 comp, just TP on top of the statue and just rain down hellfire from on top of it. Maybe that could have happened, but again, obviously they're just doing it. If Baz does end up falling,
Baz
that's the
in
main
trouble. Sorry, Baz was in a lot of trouble there, having Bino just walking straight at him. Andreas whipping every shot right now. Come on, Andreas! No, Andreas loses the 1v1 to Los to Troll. The tire comes out from 097, and pretty much all the ults from Domly Nation come out just to make sure that Hugo Fernandes doesn't come out on top with this fight, and they don't.
Yeah, the one thing though, Bino does have the Blossom, so they could find something as Anders just dies immediately from spawn, but again, they just got to try to find something that works, and if Blossom comes out, if the Blossom does come out and ends up finding a few, that could be massive, but again, Domly Nation just spawn camping them as soon as they walk. They're not even walking out of spawn, they're just walking into the little area where they can actually take damage in spawn, and they're just end up dying no matter what.
Yeah, I want to see Hugo Francernay come out with their tank in front. I think a lot of the times we're seeing these squishies walk out just straight in front, knowing that Domly Nation is right there, but they can't do anything. Their tank isn't taking the damage for them. Ultimates come out from Hugo Francernay, but it's not really able to find anybody with that Kitsune. Shaq is kind of sustaining right now just with that shield. A trap finds Madso, unfortunately, and now looks like Shaq is in a lot of trouble as Shaq falls as well. It's just Anderson left, and it's just not going to happen.
And Obino does end up falling on the point. Still has the Death Blossom, so maybe something massive can happen from there. Trying to find something, but yeah, it's rough when you're playing Bastion and you don't really have a team around you to help you, because especially when you're in the turret, but Shaq does find 2, does have the Shatter up, so maybe it's starting to turn around for HYG.
Yeah, the beat is out. Shaq has that Shatter, but unfortunately the tire comes in and takes about half his damage as well as 2 of his teammates. The Blossom comes out, but it is shot straight into the air, and he's unable to find anybody. Andreas gets his final revenge on Lils to Troll. Maybe teabag him a little bit, I'd do it. Shatter comes out, does find Andreas with that double fire strike, and it looks like it's over for Hugo Francernay. Unfortunate set of games there for Hugo Francernay. It is tough to go against the #1 team right now, and they took it like champs. You know, they just kept playing, and that's all we can ask for from them.
Yeah, and especially facing a team that's on the complete end of the bell curve from you, from a GM1 to a bronze team. There's 2 different, like, I always think of rank as a bell curve, not just a graph, and it's just like going from completely one end of the spectrum to another. It's always going to be tough, and hey, they got some kills, they got some point progress. They didn't get a tick, unfortunately, but they did close to it. So there's some ways that you could be like, hey, we held our own a bit with the GM1 team that was sort of making fun of us. But hey, I mean, if you're HYG, just to be like, hey, we just gotta keep on going, keep on trucking, especially if you do end up wanting to go into more tournaments. Hey, there's multiple tournaments out there. There's more stuff like that where it's like, hey, let's keep on growing as a team, especially when I'm guessing they're bronze to gold, probably newer to the game, don't really know the very aspects. Whereas I'm guessing for Domly Nation GM1, they've probably been playing this game for at least since Overwatch 1 came out. So it's like they know how the game works. They know these maps and they know this game by the back of their hand. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially Domly Nation continue to go on and face these tougher teams, and hopefully one of those teams will upset them. That's my hope prediction, because I hate bullying bronze players.
Me too. I would have liked to see Domly Nation have a little bit more, what's a nice word? Tact when playing against a lower ranked team. I know it's hard not to pull out troll picks and, throw yourself, well, I can't say it's not hard to throw yourself off the map, I would have liked to see some sportsmanship. Maybe they were just trying to throw Hugo Francine a bone, but it is a bit rude to show, hey guys, we're so confident in winning that we're just going to throw ourselves off the map. Just play your game, play normally against these people. There's no need to, go crazy on them. They're obviously a new team. And Domly Nation, what you kind of didn't mention, like they have the experience, they're higher rank, but they also have a coach. Hugo Francine does not have a coach listed. So this is likely a group of friends just playing together. This is their first tournament, and I want to shout that out. I want to say, Hugo Francine, you guys did a great job. It's your first tournament. You're playing against the hardest team to play against in this tournament. So thank you guys for taking it on the chin, and thank you guys for signing up and giving it your all out there. I know it's a tough game, but I enjoyed that you guys just kept playing, did not give up, and even got some good kills on these GM1 players. So we're gonna head to a break now. We will have another game in store for you at around 3 o'clock, maybe a little bit sooner. So hopefully we will see you guys then. See you guys. and welcome back. We're on to our next game following a pretty tough roll. We're going to be seeing Miracle Kill versus Nightmare Rotation now. Both of these teams are GM1 level teams, so hopefully we're going to see a bit of a tougher battle here coming up. Karma, anything that sticks out about either of these teams? You think either of them has an edge over the other? What do you think?
Knowing some of the people on Nightmare Rotation, Flack in general, we think he's known around the Overwatch community as a Reaper one trick, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes out with it. Heavenly, been around for a while, Dirt as well. The whole team of Nightmare Rotation has been around for a while, and they're fairly known in the Overwatch scene, so it's going to be interesting to see how they work together as a team, especially like I've been saying, Drifter, aka Flack, Reaper one trick, Reaper extraordinaire, and especially with Reaper getting sort of semi pseudo buffed a little bit. He didn't get buffed in the patch notes, but just the tank combination that did get buffed is helping him more. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that what they come out with. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Reaper come out for Nightmare Rotation, just and let just Drifter Flak just keep on just roll people.
Yeah, for sure. And Reaper is one of those characters that is just really hard to deal with if you don't know exactly how. And especially these higher level Reapers, since he does so much burst damage, one shot to your skull, you're pretty much done for. And being able to have these sneaky abilities, it's going to be a tough one to deal with if you don't have sights on him at all times. And we kind of saw a little bit of Miracle Kill beforehand, seeing their team compositions, that they have a Doomfist player for their tank, which Doomfist into Reaper is not the best, but also not the worst matchup. So it's possible that if Seafull plays correctly here with the Doomfist, he could just deny any Reaper any sort of space or any sort of flank as well. But also, Doomfist is a little bit squishy. Even with his buffs, with his, I suppose, quote-unquote buffs, there's a debate about that currently, with healing in his ultimate, that only applies to his ultimate. Otherwise, he's still a pretty squishy hero. Reaper can kind of body a Doomfist. So I'm interested to see how this matchup will go down, if the Doomfist will be able to kind of deny a Reaper any sort of space. And, it could come down to more of a DPS 1v1 versus instead of the tank. We're just kind of discussing what we know about these teams. What do you think? Is Doomfist or Reaper more like favored in this matchup?
It all depends on how good Seafull is on the Doomfist. Obviously, you can get players that, hey, we're really good at the Doomfist. Look at some of the top tier Doomfist players. And Doomfist has been meta for a bit, just not like, it's more like not like a complete meta, but definitely like, hey, if we want to run the Doomfist, we can run the Doomfist and do fairly well with him. So it's going to be interesting to see how they end up doing it, especially into the Reaper. In my opinion, I would say the Reaper might have a slight edge, especially if Seafull is going aggressive completely. But going into Ilios, especially on 2 of the 3 maps being fairly wide open with Well and Light Tower, it's going to be difficult for the Doomfist to get that sort of aggression and that usefulness that they end up doing. Obviously, Ruins is a little bit differently because you have those walls, but it's going to be interesting to see what CB comes out with, especially if they don't decide to go with the Doomfist. They could go a different comp style. I said this before and I got strange looks at, but I like when Doomfist players play the Reinhardt as well. So it's very much so Doomfist is just like a Reinhardt that can't let go of shift completely. And I could see that happening, especially with Malga not being played in this tournament since they did come out a few days ago. Just completely just run the Reinhardt and just go forward into their team. I think that could end up happening, and it gives their team a little bit more shielding, especially having that Reinhardt shield.
Yeah, it's that Doomfist mindset that I think you're kind of talking about, where it's like, I want to go in, I want to punch and swing and fight people. I think it's more so the mindset. Doomfist, of course, has to play a little bit more resource management than a Reinhardt does, but I suppose he has to do that with his shield. So I could definitely agree seeing a Reinhardt, but if this is a Doomfist kind of like one trick sort of team, then we might see them just roll out on the Doomfist anyways, and that is what we're seeing. Nightmare rotation running out on the Roadhog as well.
I mean, hey, Roadhog is very good, especially on Ilios, especially on majority of these Ilios maps are very good. One thing I'm liking too, heavily on the Torbjorn, so it's basically 3 shotguns with Lucio and Moira versus Miracle Kill, who has that Echo sort of Doomfist style that we're starting to see, maybe minus the Life Weaver. I would say that's the only sort of character on Miracle Kill that's a little bit different than the sort of meta that's being thrown around right now. But hey, if Miracle Kill is able to go in and get some kills, especially against the shotgun core of Nightmare, it's going to go into their favor.
Yeah, Nightmare rotation is just sort of walking up on Miracle Kill right now. They want to be in close range to this team. Heavenly okay, finds C. Now, Miracle Kill is down their tank already, but Zach is able to find Cordal as well. It's pretty even here for both of these teams. However, Nightmare rotation has already set themselves up on the point and capped it.
Yeah, and honestly, Torb, with Heavenly playing the Torb, it sort of takes a little bit of addition to it. As Miracle Kill just comes in immediately, Ross finding Dirt, Zach finding Drifter, just being able to go in aggressively and just able to just completely be like, hey, we're turning the aggression up to 11 as Zach ends up finding them, and Miracle Kill ends up flipping the point, only using 1 ultimate, and that was the duplication from Zach.
Yeah. Looks like Zach is kind of just rolling through this team, able to keep his distance in the air. Unfortunately, Reaper and Torbjorn, they just can't do much against an Echo. And now, Miracle Kill, with control of this point, is able to set up where they want to sojourn up on that high ground. As Nightmare rotations, they're going to be like, all right, guys, come in this room, please, please. We want to shotgun you guys to death. the turret coming out, maybe trying to poke out Zach a little bit, but Zach is just able to avoid that. The anti comes out onto C. C might be in a little bit of danger here, but he's able to be kept up by his supports. The coalescence coming out from Schwartzy, as well as the tree from Ross. Tree kind of sustaining, but Nightmare just mowing them down with this tree. The Moira is sustaining in this backline. It's chaos right now on the side of Miracle Kill, as Nightmare Rotation is using this as a distraction to take this point. Persona using that overclock finds Heavenly okay, but falls to Drifter. See, it's looking very even right now as the ultimates come out. Miracle Kill is down 4 ultimates right now. Nightmare Rotation throws out the beat to try and finish off this fight. However, C is just sustaining on this point. Dirt just pushing everybody off. We want this point back now. Cordal finds Zach. Once again, Nightmare Rotation has a little bit of an advantage here, but the point does belong to Miracle Kill right now. They just gotta get this Nightmare Rotation team off of this point. Finally, a hook onto C. Drifter is able to follow up and find him, and it looks like now Nightmare Rotation can finally take this point.
Yeah, I feel like the one big thing that Nightmare Rotation needs to do is they got to find an answer for Zach. Obviously, they have 3 shotguns, so it's going to be very difficult, so that's Heavenly's job to deal with it, especially with the turret and that primary fire, so that way you can actually hit that long range. But it's going to be very difficult, especially with them having the duplication and can just duplicate into a Reaper, into a Hog, where it's going to be completely difficult for them to try to deal with it.
Drifter's able to find C pretty much immediately, but Zach is able to find Heavenly okay as well. Drifter is just kind of coming through this backline and finding picks. Unfortunately, Miracle Kill just cannot push without their tank right now. Zach is trying to do his best to survive this and is able to get out here. Miracle Kill's got to set up for another fight here.
Yeah, and again, Miracle Kill just trying to go in. Nightmare Rotation, they do have 2 ultimates that are very good. Drifter does have the Blossom, as well as Heavenly having the Molten Force, just be able to completely throw it around the point and make it so Miracle Kill, hey, you want to get the point back, you can't even touch it unless you're taking damage.
Yeah, they're going to want to have to keep their space here, but unfortunately, they're going to be forced to go on to this point into these shotguns. C comes in. Zach is able to find Dirt with those sticky bombs. Reaper ult comes out, but doesn't really find anybody, and instead, Drifter falls to Ross. C, using that Doomfist ultimate, finds the turret and his team is able to kind of follow up on that and clean up this and cap the point.
Yeah, one thing as well, Drifter ended up using the Blossom in the backline to try to get some kills. Solomon ended up sleeping them out of Blossom. So that's both of the big ultimates that Night Rotation needed to have and actually have some value with, completely shut down. Whereas Miracle Kill, they used the Doomfist ult and the tree, but now they're going to go to the Nano Soldier ultimate and just trying to find some actions.
Yeah, the Nano Overclock comes out, but the B is able to counter it pretty quickly by Nightmare Rotation. However, they're down 2 players already. Miracle Kill has a numbers advantage. Schwartzy is able to find Salmon, but Miracle still has an advantage here. But unfortunately, Persona falls to Schwartzy, the Moira, just getting these kills on this point. C is able to find the Moira as the copy comes out from Zach, maybe able to build up a coalescence here in that Echo form. Just by pouring healing into C, but C does fall. The coalescence comes out from the copy, but it's only Zach right now, and he has to contest this point.
Yeah, just trying to find anything to do and just trying to find something, as Heavenly does find one, but again, it's all blue in the kill feed.
Yep, just had despite the numbers advantage, Schwartzy was able to kind of come in there and clean up some of these squishy kills that put them right back up there with Miracle Kill. Very, very close round there, and it was a little bit of a mess there at the end, but we're gonna have to see what this next round has in store for us.
Yeah, and especially too with Schwartzy playing the Moira, just being able to get that sort of mass healing output and not really have to completely aim it, just sort of stay alive and make sure, hey, there's nobody gonna be diving me. As we see Night Rotations, I'm guessing they're probably gonna stick to the same comp with Drifter just playing the Symmetra just to try to TP out. But again, Miracle Kill going to that same comp. Ross looks like they might be playing the Mercy after using the Lucio to try to speed boost them out. So having Zach have that Mercy pocket could be amazing, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Just that way you have that almost one-shot ability with the stickies.
Yeah, both teams kind of, Nightmare Rotation heading to this cage. They want to see if they can get a Roadhog hook on anybody, but unfortunately the hook does miss on C. Both teams kind of going where they want to go. The Nightmare Rotation is finally making a jump in, but C is able to escape with his life. Heavenly okay falls to Salmon. Long range snipe there. Nightmare Rotation is able to kind of just take point here with little to no contesting.
Yeah, the one person that you got to find if you're Night Rotation, as they do end up capping the point, is you want to try to find Summon no matter what, as C ends up getting hooked but slept. And it looks like, yeah, Miracle Kill is going to be taking the point right back. But yeah, if you're Nightmare Rotation, you want to try to get Salmon. They're out on their own. They're the only character on Miracle Kill that does not have a sort of movement ability. Obviously, see, they have their Doomfist. It goes to a pause, unfortunately. But on Miracle Kill, everybody has movement ability. Everybody has some way to get through it, especially with the Echo, the Mercy being able to try to fly it, the Sojourn with the slide. So if you're Nightmare Rotation, you got to try to get onto Salmon. And I think that has to be Drifter's job, just be able to TP onto it and just try to be like, hey, I'm here, I'm annoying you, and try to bait the sleep out a little bit, just so that way, hey, I'm trying to bait out your utility so that way Dirt has that opportunity to go in. Because especially as your Hog, you're a big target for sleeps, anti-nades, just not be able to heal yourself. So try to bait those utilities to yourself so that way your Hog can go in and be able to get those kills. It's sort of like like a reverse dive situation, whereas mainly your tank is the one that's trying to take all the abilities for your DPS. You want to have your DPS take those abilities for your tank.
Yeah, it seems to me right now like Nightmare Rotation's current strategy is to just have their Roadhog kind of collapse on C. They want to get C first. Their DPS are very suited to killing him. The punch comes out onto Drifter, but not able to find him. He has to use his shift. The stickies come out, not really finding anybody either. Nightmare Rotation's just encroaching on this point, but Zach with a little bit of a flank, and the copy comes out onto the Torbjorn for the sake of surviving, but he's being collapsed on. He's gonna have to fly out, but he doesn't make it. Fortunate for Zach, just gets picked there and has to use his ultimate as a result. Nightmare Rotation is able to cap the point with these few picks.
And that's exactly what you didn't want to do if you're Miracle Kill. Obviously, Zach ends up trying to go a little bit too aggressive and ends up falling. C going in, though, trying to find some picks and is able to put them back. Swartzy, the Moira is coming back from spawn. So Miracle Kill do have the character advantage, but they are falling lower and lower to continue this fight.
C uses that Doomfist ultimate just to try and prevent him from going off the map. The Nano comes out onto Zach. Zach's gonna have to pour out the damage here, but unfortunately C falls to Zert. Zach is able to find Cordal as well as Persona finding Drifter. It's looking in favor of Miracle Kill as they pull out the overclock to try and finish this. And Miracle Kill is able to take the point with these ultimates.
Yeah, they really are. Slip comes out, Anti comes out onto Hog. That's exactly what I was talking about that you don't want to do if you're Hog. You want to try to avoid those sort of stuff. But again, Miracle Kill having the rotation, that's one thing as well. Swartzy did end up dying first last team fight, and they sort of waited a second for Miracle Kill to try to hold back and try to go in as a team. If they went aggressively, it could have been good, but also at the same time, it could have been sort of disadvantages for them because they went too aggressive too early. They waited for the cooldown to come back, waited to get some health back, and then ended up going in and ended up winning the team fight. But now if you're Night Rotation, you have 4 ultimates online. This should be a team fight. This should be a win for you guys, especially with this team fight having those 4 ultimates, whereas Miracle Kill has not.
Yeah, Miracle Kill is gonna have to find an early pick here on one of these players that has these ultimates, and they do. They find Schwartzy. Now Nightmare Rotation is down one of their main healer. Persona finds Cordal as well, and C is able to find Dirt. They're winning this fight without the usage of ultimates, despite Miracle Kill. Oh my goodness, Drifter with the Beyblade finds 2, and Miracle Kill is able to kind of keep this point.
Yeah, they are. It's very surprising as well. Drifter obviously fighting 2. Beat coming out for the side of Portal, trying to find some help. 10% left. Doomfist comes out and gets some Nano, tries to find something, isn't able to really find anything, and just ends up falling back. Nightmare Rotation still have a shot to win this fight, especially with the multiple coming out.
Oh, but a sleep on Drifter. Now Nightmare Rotation is down one of their main damage dealers. The ultimates are coming out from Nightmare Rotation just to try and keep Miracle Kill off the point. Please, guys, let us have it. The environmental kill from Dirt is found as Nightmare Rotation is able to get this point back, but Miracle Kill are still alive. They're still sustaining on this point. That Valkyrie is dangerous. However, Dirt is able to find C. Mercy is able to escape with that power of the Valkyrie, but for now, Nightmare Rotation is safe on this point.
Yeah, they are safe. They don't have a single. They have one ultimate up. That's Swartzy, the only person who didn't have their ultimate the first time. But now if you're Miracle Kill, you're coming up in 2 ultimates, 2 very strong ultimates as well, with the duplication and the overclock from the Sojourn. So it's gonna be, hey, we gotta get our shots. We gotta get the right dupe targeted.
Yeah, and I hate to be a Moira hater, but Schwartzy with the Coalescence. Coalescence is not the strongest ultimate in the game. So we're gonna have to see them use it for sustain, but is it gonna be able to beat an overclock? Well, I don't know. The copy comes out. Zach is able to copy the Torbjorn to live. The copy is down once again. Zach is able to fly back up into the air. Heavenly, okay, finds C. That is looking dangerous for Miracle Kill. They're down there. Tank the overclock comes out, and a Hulk environmental kill stops it in its tracks. Miracle Kill has to touch this point. They're fighting in overtime with no ultimates left, and it looks like Nightmare Rotation is gonna take it.
Yeah, that's exactly. Everything went wrong for Miracle Kill there. Zach getting the duplicate and dying from the duplicate almost immediately. Obviously, they got Heavenly okay, which is a Torb, but and then immediately Dirt, the soldier gets overclock, gets a shot or two off. Dirt hooked them right into the pit, so everything went wrong for Miracle Kill there. They had the two ultimates that they could have used to win the fight, but Night Rotation just, hey, they just said, hey, we're better than you. We're just gonna get the power of luck on our side and end up doing it. As Persona did pop off, especially as we see on this clip here, to try to make sure, hey, we're not gonna lose this fight. And at the end of the day, they ended up losing it.
It really was just an unfortunate series of ultimates there for Miracle Kill. Getting the hook into the well with your overclock up is just so unfortunate. I think both teams had an extremely good showing here. Nightmare Rotation just barely edged out on top, and we saw Miracle Kill coming in with some, I mean, like miracle fight wins. You know, Nightmare Rotation coming in with like 4 ultimates, but Miracle Kill still beating them with none. That shows that Miracle Kill has a chance to win this. And Nightmare Rotation did just come out barely on top. And of course, props to Nightmare Rotation. They fought that last fight excellently, you know, getting that clutch hook, finding Zach, who was probably the most problematic player for Nightmare Rotation, dealing with it correctly. Because like we saw, Nightmare Rotation had a very shotgunny, close-ranged composition, whereas Miracle Kill had a Sojourn and an Echo. Those are 2 heroes that can just play way far away and don't have to worry about a Torbjorn or a Reaper. But Nightmare Rotation just kept on playing. They kind of just lapsed onto C. A lot of the times, unfortunately, C was just out of the fight. And if he wasn't, he was getting his cooldowns forced pretty much constantly. So I definitely think Nightmare Rotation's composition of just totally denying this Doomfist is working out for them.
Yeah, it really is, and we saw it there as well. On the point that they ended up flipping and ended up winning the map on, C was nanoed completely in their backline trying to find a pick. Ended up not doing it because the beat did come out, but just them trying to get that pick and then ended up going a little bit too aggressive out of the line of sight of their supports. That's one thing too. If you're Miracle Kill, you gotta, hey, how do we figure this out? Because you did see on the first map, you saw the Life Weaver come out for Miracle Kill, and it looked a little bit better. I don't want to say a little bit better, but it looked okay because you got the Ana to be able to get onto those high grounds and get those more sort of different angles that you could peek from and to be able to kill your Doomfist. Whereas before, you saw them now on the Mercy to try to sort of pocket Zach on the Echo, and it ended up working a little bit. But then, hey, we don't have anybody to help are on a move when they do get dove, TP'd on, and just ran it by this shotgun core of Nightmare Rotation. So just being able to feel like, hey, how do we keep our Ana alive? One thing I want to see, especially in this next map, if Dirt does decide to stick with the Hog, go Kiriko. Kiriko has that TP ability, and then you do have that Suzu where it's like, hey, our teammate gets hooked, Suzu the ground in. It does, I think now it changed it a little bit, so now you get 80 and a little bit less immortality time. So you do have that sort of drawback, but hey, you can then make sure, hey, we're keeping our supports up, and then making sure, hey, this Hog, just sort of leave him alone right now. Go for the squishies first, and then and then have your 5 collapse on the Hog.
Yeah, you totally read my mind with the Kiriko. I'm just thinking, you know, Nightmare Rotation is not playing a dive comp. They can move their shotgun players pretty much across the map, but they can't do it super duper fast. You know, it's not a rush comp. It is kind of more of a brawly-ish, bunker-ish, pokey comp. It's a weird combination. But you read my mind with the Kiriko. I was thinking, well, what else could you play besides Lifeweaver, Ana, you know? And Kiriko is it. Kiriko is very helpful. I mean, she has, with the Ofuda buffs, she can now heal Echo pretty well now. Before it was really difficult because Echo was always moving around in the air and the Ofuda would just lose their minds. They'd be like, where is he going? But now with the buffs, you're able to actually help out with Zach in the air, as well as have that Suzu unlock for yourself, for your tank, for your other support, where a lot of the times I think C could use a Suzu occasionally, whereas Grip is good. Just a very long cooldown.
Yeah,
and also it can totally mess up a Doom.
Yeah, it really can, especially when you're like, "Hey, I'm going in," and then the grip ends up pulling you back. Because I know that has been multiple times, just accidentally pressing the wrong button, wanting to use something else, and then end up using the grip. But again, like you said, going in, especially with the Kiriko, if you want to go in with your Doomfist and with your Echo, and maybe say, "Hey, we want to do a Tracer instead of the Sojourn," we can do that, and then end up basically having your 5 players go on top of one player, which is very strong, especially against Night Rotation, who's basically, saying, "Hey, we're going to close this distance with the Lucio speed. We're just basically going to eat up the damage as much as we can, use the Moira to heal, and then close this gap. At least try to with the hook, or try to just completely do it with TP, the speed boost and stuff like that." So if you're able to, if you're Miracle Kill and you're, "Hey, we're going to do the Kiriko instead of the Ana," just TP onto the one player that's like, "Hey, can't really move that much," when I would say would probably be the Lucio. That's probably the one person that you would want to go into. It could be really good, but heading into this next map, it is hybrid and it's going to be Blizzard World. Again, it's a very different sort of style of map that we're used to from hybrid. They got a lot of different high grounds, a lot of different ways that you can go in. We're talking about this last game. What's sort of the way that if you're Miracle Kill, how do you if you are on the attacking side, what do you do to attack this sort of Reaper, in my opinion, sort of defense heavy style?
It definitely is a defense heavy style because that Reaper can just hang out where you have to go. And if you have to turn a corner literally to get on the point, then the Reaper can just stand there and do it. But how I would personally go about attacking this is having your long range heroes kind of incrementally take some space, get some of these high grounds, and posture themselves there and shoot at whoever is visible. You know, the Reaper may be able to hide around a corner, but Torbjorn usually doesn't want to be hiding. He wants to be down spamming angles and all that kind of stuff. But having your long distance heroes take 2 different angles, one on each side of the point, is just going to have to force this more bunkery style shotgun comp to come out of hiding, to hide even more, to use their resources to live, surround them, you know, get angles on them, try and force them into positions where they don't want to be. And as for C on the Doomfist, he probably has the most difficult job here. He has to live against this team that is pretty much designed to screw him over. So we just want to see him using his cooldowns to their maximum and also understanding when he can push. You know, there's not really a target on this team for him to solo dive. It's hard to solo dive a Moira, it's hard to solo dive a Lucio, and it's hard to solo dive a Torbjorn because he can just shotgun you in the face. So we just want to see him try and kind of get space for his team incrementally, just use the threat of a Doomfist to try and get space for high ground players. But that's how I would play this. Just try and surround this team because they don't have range on their side.
Yeah, and in my opinion as well, you said it best. Surround Nightmare, especially with the way how Blizzard World is, especially the first point. It's very bunkers heavy. You sort of get surrounded completely and get in that first one. As it looks like Miracle Kill is going on a bit of a different comp style with Persona on the Widow, Ross on the Brig, which personally I don't understand. They're not really a heavy dive team, so I guess it's to sort of throw the armor packs onto the Echo and onto the Sojourn, but I think the Mercy was better with that, and I guess it is also to keep your Ana alive. But again, just I think all around Mercy's just better on this team.
That C jumps up to that high ground to try and clear it off, but unfortunately does not get the Roadhog off that high ground. They're just kind of rotating around him. He wants this high ground for his Widowmaker, or for his Sojourn, and for his Echo, but okay, Dirt is off the point, but he does get a hook onto CC, manages to live there with a shift across the map. Now, Nightmare Rotation is doing exactly what we said. They're bunkering on this point, just waiting for Miracle Kill to walk into them. Heavenly OK is able to find Persona, just spamming down that angle. It's unfortunate, happens to the best of us. Drifter just coming in, eating up this Brigitte. They're not able to keep each other alive. The supports fall, and now Miracle Kill's attack is thwarted.
Yeah, it really is. And like I said, as soon as, like with the last map, you only had the one player that you could really just sort of run down, which is the Ana. Now you have 2. Now you have a Brig and the Ana. That's a complete backline of Miracle Kill. So I don't understand why they're still running it, just trying to make something work. But like you said, you gotta get these 2 DPS on these different angles. Persona has to be on the high ground. Zac can go above this roof on the left-hand side to try to pin him down and just surround him. But now with Ross and Salmon on the Brig Ana, it's going to be more difficult for Miracle Kill to try to get these surrounds and try to get these picks out.
Yeah, Brig is great into Winston dive, but it's not great into Reaper because Reaper does so much burst damage that the consistent healing for Ana and Brig is just not going to keep each other up. The Nano coming out from Salmon, but immediately the Roadhog ult comes just to push C away. Zac is able to find Heavenly okay flying up there with the sticky bombs. Ultimates are coming out from every side. The stun does not go up on Schwartzy as he pushes that Brig for Ross. Ross is able to survive though with that shield bash. Now they're just Torbjorn with the hammer out. Dirt is trying to play around these corners, trying to get a hook off, but unfortunately he's low HP. C is dominating on this point. The beat comes out for the re-engage by Nightmare Rotation as well as the Beyblade. The Beyblade finds Persona and Heavily okay is able to find Ross. It looks like Nightmare Rotation might come back from this. And they do. They shut down Miracle Kill's push. Miracle Kill only getting a tick on the point.
Yeah, in Nightmare Rotation, they did use all 5 ultimates there, but you saw how basically, I don't want to say useless, but how valuing that the Brig ultimate is. Ross tried to go in and stun Schwartzy in the Coalescence, missed multiple times, ended up basically being out in the middle of no man's land, trying to peel for both the support and trying to go aggressive to get those kills, and they just aren't able to do it. So, and if you're Miracle Kill, C does get hooked up in, you want to try to surround him, and it's just not working out that way, and you got a minute left on the clock to try to do it. It's going to be a rough fight here.
Yeah, Miracle Kill does have 2 ults online, but Zac is already down and is not going to be able to use that copy in this fight. Miracle Kill is doing what they probably should and backing off, but the hook onto Salmon means they're down their Ana, and their Ana is staggered now. They only have one more fight here, and 3 ultimates online, it's definitely possible if they don't continue to get picked by Dirt.
Yeah, it could, but again, this is the same thing we saw in the last point of Ilios. Miracle Kill, they have Zac and Persona ultimates. Nightmare Rotation, they don't really have much, so it's gonna be on both of them to try to find picks and try to find picks. Yorthley Drifter sort of hiding in the backline to try to get a pick in, and it's gonna be rough for them.
Yeah, the Coalescence comes out from Schwartzy, and Schwartzy is immediately taken down by a railgun by Persona as well as the overclock. Unfortunately, Zac is down with the copy. The Nano comes out on the overclock, and a headshot onto Drifter takes him down quickly. Miracle Kill is a little bit ahead right now, and Persona just has the team on their back right now. They're able to actually cap this point with an excellent play by Persona and a Nano by Salmon.
Yeah, Zac ended up falling first. I thought that was Salmon that ended up getting picked off first, but luckily Salmon was able to stay alive, use that Nano late on Persona, so that way, hey, down a little bit, but hey, the Nano is still very useful, especially in the overclock as well as after the overclock, because you can still charge that railgun up and make sure, hey, we're getting 100% onto it. But now if you're Nightmare Rotation, this is sort of the worst part for you because of those different high ground angles that Miracle Kill can go on, and just those long range sort of fights that they can go on as well with Zac and Persona on the Echo and Sojourn combined.
Yeah, C is trying to clear out this staircase for his team there to get up there, but the Roadhog is kind of dominating it. It is always a scary thing for a Doomfist to face. Portal going in on the Echo copy onto the Reaper just to try and phase out, maybe do a little bit of damage here. The copy Beyblade comes out but gets booped and doesn't find anybody. He's still in the copy though, and the Beyblade comes out by Drifter. However, C is able to take him down with the deepest ultimate. Wow, what disrespect to Drifter right there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just ended up baiting them in. They baited them in. Dirt ends up falling completely. Nightmare Rotation, they have 4 ultimates. They do have the multi-core. Zac ends up falling to it. But if Miracle Kill right now, they have the point. They have the advantage of it. But Nightmare Rotation, they said, cast your curse right there, trying to make sure, hey, we're giving this up completely. Only using 1 ultimate there, minus the Blade with Heavenly's Molten Core, just throwing it completely on the point. And now we're seeing some switches up from Miracle Kill. Ross going off of the Brig onto the Zen, which I get, but why didn't you do this earlier?
Yeah, they're definitely trying to screw over the Hog now, I believe. That's what the Zen pick would be for. But Miracle Kill coming in with another Nano Overclock, which is what won them that last fight. So we have to be a bit optimistic with this ult combination, see if they can pull it out here. But it might be a dangerous fight for Miracle Kill as Nightmare Rotation has those 3 ultimates online, especially Beat for this Nano Overclock. Ross is able to find Dirt there. The Zen pick actually paying off. Persona uses that Nano Overclock. The Beat comes out, but is it able to save Cordal? Cordal is able to live for now, but oh no, Cordal's able to find Salmon. It might be turned in the favor of Nightmare Rotation right now. This is a close fight. Any team could come out on top here, but Nightmare Rotation just has better presence on the point, and they're able to hold it there.
Yeah, Ross switching to the Zen was very good. Honestly, it was very good against the Hog, but again, you had to do that sooner. There's no reason that you shouldn't have done that sooner, especially with you playing the Brig. I'm surprised they did end up. I didn't know. The reason why I didn't say go Zen to start off with, especially against the Brig, is because I didn't know if Ross had that in their hero pool. So with them showing the Zen makes it, hey, you can play the Zen. Play the Zen. Just making sure that Dirt's not going to be an issue if you anti them, discord them, they're going to get deleted in 3 seconds. So on defense, I'm hoping that they're going to end up doing that. And if you're Nightmare Rotation now, you only really have to cap first point and go halfway through second point, which is going to be, it's going to be difficult to do, especially where the cart is. It's a very difficult point to get. But if you're able to get first point, I wouldn't be surprised if Nightmare Rotation does end up taking this 2-0.
Yeah, I think Miracle Kill is going to have a bit better of a time on defense here against this team, since Reaper has to push through these choke points where he has to be seen. You know, there's no way for him to not be looked at by the Sojourn, so it's going to be a little bit easier for Miracle Kill, hopefully, on defense, especially pulling out a Sigma, which I think is a good choice against this. They were really struggling against that Hog. The Hog was constantly getting hooks onto people who were trying to play in their proper position, but now with the Sigma, they have a little bit more space and less pressure on their tank constantly.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't like from Miracle Kill's comp is it's basically a combination of the double sniper and brawl style. You have Zach on the Mei. I'm surprised they're not playing much more of like a Hanzo sort of double sniper setup to try to deal with that sort of stuff. I can get it at the very beginning, especially just trying to make sure like, hey, you're not going to whichever angle you want to go to. But after this, you don't really have anything to close the gap once you do end up walling somebody off.
That Miracle Kill is already giving up that high ground to try and meet Nightmare Rotation around this corner. Dirt does get a hook onto C, but barely does any damage. That's the benefit of the Sigma here, as Nightmare Rotation is just going to have to find a way to push into this team with their shotgunning characters. However, a Zenyatta on top of the point is just tearing up Dirt, and Dirt almost low HP. They have to use resources. Portal's going to go up and maybe try and get a boop. Dirt is able to find Zach there. I'm not exactly sure how, but hey, it's a pick for Nightmare Rotation. However, Persona is able to find Drifter as a result. We're gonna have to see Miracle Kill come back onto this point. Dirt does find Ross, which is extremely unfortunate, but the back window, along with the railgun for Persona, does find Heavenly okay, and now Nightmare Rotation has to hide around this point from this window. Dirt taking a bunch of damage the moment that he peeks. Miracle Kill may have this defense locked on for this fight.
Yeah, Zach ended up switching over to the Tracer, which I like a lot better, especially with Ross being able to discord somebody and then having that cleanup potential. But Z ends up falling to the Hog Ultimate, and Swartzy just going aggressive with the Coalescence, cleaning up, finding two, and just making sure, hey, Nightmare Rotation, they do end up getting the point, and now it's Miracle Kill's turn. This time, Swartzy ends up getting 3 completely with Ross. So that's 2 spawns that are far back, that it's going to take a while for them to respawn, and especially with how far the point 3 defense is.
Yeah, I'm definitely willing to trade my Moira out there for those 2 picks. However, C is kind of alone right here. He might be caught out, but he does have his Baptiste to back him up. The hook onto Zach, and now Zach is already down. Looks like Nightmare Rotation is going to be able to take this high ground if they just push C out, which they are trying to do. The hook does not land. It's just kind of a battle for this this high ground choke point right now.
And especially with Heavenly on the point, the one thing you got to worry about if you're C, obviously you're using the Flux, you got to make sure you don't get hooked out. They does get hooked out. That's a big hook for Nightmare Rotation to be able to hook it out, and ends up falling as well.
Yeah, the beat coming out on the side of Nightmare Rotation just to save anybody who potentially does fall to that Gravitic Flux, but then the hook does come out, and unfortunately, that's it for C right there. However, Miracle Kill is coming in with 3 ultimates, almost 4 ultimates, right? Nightmare Rotation also coming in with about 2 ultimates. This could be a close battle. It's just up to who uses these ultimates better. Miracle Kill has to use these 4 ultimates. Maybe just even ult dump on this team. It might just be worth it.
Yeah.
The Molten Core comes out from Heavenly OK, as well as the window from Salmon. The overclock forcing Heavenly OK off of the high ground, but Heavenly OK is still finding picks with that Molten Core on point. Persona is forced all the way behind this team. The Beyblade comes out, and it's over for Miracle Kill. Nightmare Rotation takes Blizzard World.
And Nightmare Rotation, they ended up getting Zach with the Molten Core. That's the one thing that I was going to mention, was like, hey, that's the alt winning play right there. Zach had to get a stick and get a kill with the pulse pump. ended up dying with it, so they ended up losing. But again, Swarsy just going completely aggressive with this Coalescence. I know you said, hey, Coalescence isn't that strong, but especially when you're not using it as like sort of like a, hey, we're gonna heal it, we're gonna try to go DPS, it can be very useful, especially with it going through multiple people, and especially with just being able to clean up those kills at the very end and making sure, hey, we're getting this point cap no matter what. And they ended up just rolling it completely. Just shows, hey, night rotation. Yes, we're running the shotgun comp. Yes, we're running a little bit of a different sort of style, but they're playing it very well.
100% agree. And I was dissing Coalescence, but that was an excellent use of Coalescence. Using it mid fight is usually not exactly how you want to use it. It's just not strong enough to kill people when their supports are alive. However, when you're using it to clean up these last few stragglers running back to their point, then yeah, it's an excellent use because it goes through multiple people, goes through shields, and it pretty much devours squishies because they're kind of unable to touch you. Coalescence or Moira and Coalescence is hard to kill. So yes, that was an excellent play, and I just want to say Nightmare Rotation knew their win conditions and they played them excellently. Constantly collapsing on C, forcing him off of the Doomfist is a compliment to their skill of just bullying a Doomfist. And then coming in with these shotgun comps, and also I want to point out some mechanical skill as well. Dirt constantly getting hooks, and making it so that Miracle Kill can't take those high grounds and can't take those off angles, and just immediately hooks them down and says, "No, you can't just poke us from there. Look, I'm just gonna hook you down." So excellent playing from both teams. I really do think Miracle Kill could have come out on top here. Nightmare Rotation was just a couple steps ahead of them. So stay tuned. It's going to be some more maps coming up. Another one around 4 o'clock. So we will see you guys then. Bye, guys.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Mistletoe Madness from Blitz Esports Tourneys. I am just some guy, and with me, the one and only Dexatron. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great, and we have ourselves a great series to start off our time in the booth tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, we are starting out our round of 16 here with Crazy 88s versus Strix, and I mean, both teams, from what I'm looking at, very interesting teams going into it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both these teams, they've been around a while. Both of them are very good teams. I expect to see a lot of great play from them here in this series tonight. But hey, why don't we introduce you to the teams first, starting off with the Crazy 88s. You have Melophobia and Smurfy's EX there on your DPS line. Smurfx, my bad, on the DPS line. Dust on the tank, and Ryan Guy and Bolting Cake on the support line here. Ryan Guy, honestly, is probably the one player I would like to focus on here for Crazy 88s. They are an excellent support player for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's only a matter of time to see how good they really are going down into it. But I mean, they've got quite competition coming up against them with Strix. If we can take a look at their lineup here. I mean, with our DPS, we got Manually and Peace on the DPS. For supports, Noctis and Divinity, and to round it out, Crimson on the tank. Looking like a bit more of a dive comp from what we've seen here. And I mean, given the recent patches, that might go in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with those patches that you talked about that came out on Tuesday. I feel like now might be around that time where we start to see a lot of teams actually implementing these changes. I feel like if this happened any earlier in the week, we'd still kind of see, that old patch still kind of leading the way. But now the teams have had a couple days of practice with it. They're going to be able to run those new comps or the new meta to probably a really good play here. But we do know what our first map of this series will be. We're going to be heading to the control map of Lijiang Tower.
I mean, where else? It's a classic, a favorite amongst many as far as control maps go. And I mean, what better way to start out the series than with Lijiang?
Yeah, and I've talked about a lot in a bunch of different other casts. A lot of teams like picking this map because, one, you can play a lot of different styles on it, but two, it's also just a great map to warm up on. Like I said, you can play those different styles. It allows each team to kind of see what the other team does really good on and what the other team kind of struggles with. And it might be it's a map that really tends to lead itself into figuring out how to shut down the other team throughout the rest of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, a solid 9 out of 10 scrims that I've played have always started with Lijiang. You always had that one Lucio player that's wanting to hit that rollout on Gardens especially. But opening up here on Night Market, we do see very commonly a lot of either Brawl or even dive comps here, as we're probably going to see here with Strix.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, Strix coming out with the dive comp here a little bit. Each team I really expect to start off with a Symmetra Strix. Looks like, in my opinion, they're going to probably use the TP to get out of spawn and then try to get the point as fast as they can. If you're Crazy 88s, I feel like you want to try to set up on spawn, so you're going to use the TP to TP through that top window to get into point here. But I like what they're coming out with here, the Ramatra. We've kind of seen a little bit of a resurgence with the Ramatra now, even though they didn't really get that much of any changes in this last patch. We've seen a lot of teams just start to use Ramatra in a little bit of the rush here.
Sure, I mean, Ramatra does have a bit more survivability, a bit more damage output from the patches, but I mean, we're talking about Doom here as well, Crimson on the Doom. Massive buff with the ultimates, especially. We've been seeing a lot more mileage out of him.
Yeah, I mean, I like the change that they did with him there. They want him to be a little bit more aggressive with his ultimate, so, making sure he gets that healing. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays here tonight, but it already looks like Peace found the first pick.
Opening pick. Before immediately getting punished by Crazy 88s. It's a little bit of a back and forth, but I mean, Strix is already looking pretty good in comparison to Crazy 88s. And I mean, already a pick onto the Ramatra, and it's already going into Strix's favor. Crazy 88s got the early cap to start us out, but I mean, the fight already going in favor of Strix. We do see Melophobia trying to stall as long as possible, but ultimately not going to last much longer. Strix is going to retake at 15%.
Yeah, but right now it looks like they're finally able to get rid of Melophobia there, so a little bit of a stagger coming out there late, but they did a good job, both Melo and Bolton, to keep that point there for that 15%, but now Strix in a very good spot here just to hold on to it for a while. You see Crimson already has that Meteor Strike ready to go here. Could be interesting to see how they use it this time. We talked about that was the biggest change that Doom got. Are they going to use it more aggressively or still as a get-out tool? But you look at manually as well, about to have an overclock. The only thing Crazy 88s has at the moment will be a beat at some point from this fight from Ryan Guy, but Melophobia has a Blizzard, but I don't know what value they get out of it if they use it on their own.
Ultimately, if they're just going to rush the point like they are now, just going with that speed boost onto it, they're trying to apply as much pressure on Crimson as they can, force out that ultimate to get them to use that health regen, and then just try to focus from there. But Peace fighting 2 on both supports from Crazy 88. They're going to hold on a bit longer as manually with the overclock getting Melophobia, and it's just going to be a team kill for Strix.
Yeah, and a great play there by Strix. I don't think you need to invest the duplicate there if you were Peace, but hey, it finished out the fight there. Make sure you got the point back. You didn't give up a lot of percentage there. I mean, only 14% there. Crazy at 8, so they want to still play fast. They're still holding on to this beat and this Blizzard at the moment. But you look at Strix, they have 2 ultimates, and they're already starting out with the Nano here on the Crimson.
And onto Crimson. We see the Blizzard come out trying to counter Crimson here. Not going to find much value, but I mean, just trying to get that pressure off. They do see some big hits on the Noctis, forcing out that rally, and they're just going to try to rush in Reingai with the beat, and then Noctis is trying to swing away whatever they can get here. Crimson, though, taking out that Immortality Field. Noctis goes down, though, to dust. Peace, getting the pick on the Bolton Cake, though. And it looks like they are going to find 2 here, Melophobia and Bolton Cake. Crimson does go down, though, and Smurfix going with the Death Blossom. It looks like Crazy 88's in what was a pretty high ult usage for a fight is able to retake here.
Yeah, both sides use 2 ultimates there for you. Crazy 88's Dust swapping over to the Sigma, already having the Flux ready to go is huge because now you can try to survive a couple fights here, build up that percentage a little bit, because if you give up the point here to Strix, it's going to be the last fight territory for you.
Manually in a rough spot, barely stays alive, but ultimately does get taken down by Dust with that Gravitic Flux. I mean, even with the supports coming in, just not enough to keep them alive. They were in a rough spot to start out. They were on an off angle trying to flank, and Crazy 88's just trying to saw them out of position, try to take them out, and ultimately that is what they got. Strix going to try to finish out the point here.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Crazy 88 to even get back to point at the moment. Strix has 3 ultimates to shut them down. He used the touch there from Melo. But again, really no ultimates ready for Crazy 88, so you have to survive through 3 here from Strix.
See, Overclock and Duplicate already coming out. Noctis with the pick on the Dust. Manually getting that Immortality Field out of the way. Duplicate not going to find much value. But I mean, ultimately, Strix is able to push Crazy 88 away and take that point.
Yeah, all those ultimates coming out there from Strix really forced Crazy 88 to back away from the point there. They just weren't able to get back in touch in time there to keep the overtime alive. But honestly, throughout the entirety there of Nightmark, Strix seemed to be the more dominant team. Crazy 88's had their moments of playing fast a little bit, but we saw them have a 15% point cap and a 14% point cap. Strix played that one incredibly good, in my opinion. And now you see Crazy 88's going back over to that Ramatra here. Is Murphy going to stay on the Reaper here? I'm kind of surprised by that. I don't really think it found as much value as they were looking for there on Night Market, but look at Strix now. They're going over to Ramatra comp as well. Bolton Cake, though, on the Moira is honestly probably one of the more interesting picks here for Crazy 88s. Yeah, you can do a lot of healing, but you also can do a lot of damage, but you don't have the same, you don't have the Baptiste that Strix has, which is the Vinny, who has that huge ability there with the Immortality Field, which I feel like is a little bit more valuable than what a Moira can bring.
I mean, very possible, but you said it yourself with Li Zhang, is that there's a lot of variability. There's a lot of things you can try out with team comps here. It's very flexible map as we're opening up here. Crazy 88's taking a decent amount of control, trying to go into Nemesis form, see what they can get here. Divinity getting the opening pick on a Melophobia, though. Very bad sign for Crazy 88's. Both DPS go down, and it looks like it's just disaster for Crazy 88 as Strix takes control.
And I honestly love how Strix is playing this. They are allowing Crazy 88s to take the point, and then Crazy 88s, because they have the point, they feel comfortable enough to get off of the point and go face to face with Strix, and that's just working out to Strix's favor there. They're able to find 2 early picks there, immediately won the team fight pretty fast, and took the point right back. 11%. I mean, that's insane when you consider it here. But now you're gonna see Crazy 88s engage back into this fight. They might be able to build up a coalescence here with Bolton Cake, but you need to be able to try to find a pick early here if you're them.
Smurfix already using their Wraith form very early on. I mean, it's just going to be an ultimate back and forth here. We just see both Nemesis forms coming out here. We just see Blizzard from Peace. They do go down, though, but not without freezing a couple like Dust here. Dust going to be able to survive that as Bolton Cake uses their Coalescence. A lot of ults coming out here, manually getting the pick on Rangai, though. And Annihilation from Dust. Gonna find a couple here with Crimson and ultimately taking down Noctis pretty low. Crazy 88s using a ton of ults are gonna be able to retake.
Yeah, they're going to be able to retake here, but they need to fall back and play this a little bit smart here. Strix did use a lot of ults in that last fight there. They used two, the Overclock and the Beat. But look at Crimson. They're about to come up on their own Annihilation here. That's going to be something big for them in this next fight. But Crazy 88s, they have the Blizzard, they have the Death Blossom here. Those are two ultimates that can win you fights on their own. And with the way Strix went, a Blizzard here from Melophobia would be deadly.
They're just gonna, you see the Blizzard coming out from Crazy 88s. And there goes Crimson, gets frozen as they get booped out. And I mean, it's Crazy 88s. Looks like they're gonna hold on, even though they lost Crimson, they lost manually. I mean, they can still hold on to this.
Yeah, they can still hold on to this, and they probably will be able to here. Dust, though, trying to get rid of Peace. They're not going to be able to, but now they have their sights set on Divinity. They're going to be able to take care of them. That's a huge kind of get there for them because they have that Image ready to go, but look at Strix now. They're building up to 3 ultimates right now. They're going to be able to have them for the next fight. Crazy 8, so they are holding on to another Coalescence there from Bolton Cake, and because Murphy died so early in that last engagement, they still have a Death Blossom. 2 ultimates right there that can win you a fight and be able to sustain you through a couple of the ultimates that Strix has here, but Strix, they have to figure out some way how to engage in this one here, because they know if they walk back through that small corridor there where they came through last time, it's going to be hard for them to do it. Now they rethink that and go through the bridge.
Opening up with the Implication Matrix. We're going to see a Death Blossom coming out from Smurf. They're going to fight 2 here. We're going to find another on Crimson, and that's going to be a full team kill from Crazy 88s. They're going to take the point here. Very well played from Smurfix. I mean, well done to try to catch Strix off guard.
Absolutely, and if you're Strix, you had to know that was coming there, especially with that TP coming right there through the entirety of where Strix was standing. You saw the Immortality Field come out there from the Baptiste on the side of Strix, but it just wasn't able to do anything through it. They tried to throw the Blizzard in there late to maybe have a small hope at keeping that fight alive there, but it just wasn't worth it there at the end. You had already lost that fight, lost the point. Now we head into Control Center here, which in my opinion is a huge brawl map, and what kind of does work into both these sides wanting to run that Ramatra a little bit, but again, not a lot of swaps coming out from either side. And I talked about the Moira being a little bit of a questionable pick back on Gardens, but hey, it worked out very great for them there. I think the Coalescence was able to help them survive through a couple of big fights, a couple big ultimates that Strix through their way. Now you have to try to figure out what you're doing here.
Could agree more. I mean, that Coalescence is a excellent utility to be able to take space and be able to claim as much real estate as possible. Peace, though, with the early pick on a Melophobia to open us out here. I mean, a bit of a back and forth. Both Nemesis forms coming out. Peace is going to find another on the Bolton Cake for Divinity getting booped off by Rangai.
Dust, though, able to find Noctis here and find Crimson. I thought this was almost a lost fight here for Crazy 88, but Dust almost in single-handedly kind of turning this on their own here. Going to be able to win this fight for their team, get the point cap, and now they're going to be able to kind of stagger out Peace here. A great first fight from Crazy 88s, because you lost Melophobia so early in that fight. I thought without the Maywall, Strix was kind of going to be able to walk through it there and cap point first, but no, Crazy 88s able to cap point first here, and Dust being able to just get those kills, already 80% to their ultimate right now. Peace is the next closest one, almost 80% to a Blizzard here, so it's going to be really interesting to see how aggressive these teams want to play. If you're 88s, maybe once you get that Annihilation, you go right in, but manually already shutting down Smurfy here.
Mark 3 picks for Dust there, and another on the Divinity as Annihilation comes down, picks manually off as well. Another pick from onto Peace. Could it be 4 that we're going to see with this Annihilation? Going to find another onto Crimson, and Dust just clearing house in the first half of Control Center.
And look at this, Peace actually invested the Blizzard in that last fight there. I talked about they could both use ultimates pretty early if they wanted to be aggressive, but it was Dust popping off that Annihilation there very early that found them the success that their team desperately needed. They're already 50% and counting above or on the point right now. And you look at Crazy 88, so they have a beat, they're going to have the Coalescence and a Blizzard ready this fight. I mean, Strix down the Blizzard, they do have the Annihilation and a beat, so we could see a replay of what we saw last team fight, but just backwards.
Very much so. We see Coalescence coming out from from Crazy 8s, but B from both teams as Annihilation from Crimson. Not going to find anyone here, but it's going to cause a lot of damage output. Divinity with another pick, though, on a Dust with another pick on the Divinity. Smurfix with the Death Blossom gets manually, and it looks like Dust is just going to be clearing house. It is their show today on Control Center.
Yeah, and if you're Strix right now, you still do have one touch potential here. Noctis, you see Crazy 88 just pinging them, making sure they not gonna try to get the point right now. And you do see Smurfy over there trying to make sure they do stop him, but will they get the touch? They're gonna be able to here, but the blizzard coming out here from Mellow is huge.
I mean, with the picks onto both Peace and the assist onto Crimson, we do see Death Blossom from Manually picks 3! And it might, I hope, opens up as quickly as it closes just now, as all 5 go down. It looked like Manually had a shot there to try to retake, but ultimately, with everyone down, it was just them and their Lucio. It was just no chance. Crazy 88 will take the first match, though.
Absolutely, and I mean, after that first point there on Night Market, you have to give Crazy 88 a lot of credit there. I mean, it seemed like on Night Market, when Strix was running that Doomfist comp, they really struggled into kind of beating them there, while Crazy 88, they pretty much stayed on the same comp the entire map. And on the second point and third point there of Control Center, it looked great for them, especially on third point, where Strix, they never really had a good fight go their way, even though that initial fight, I think they found the first 2 picks, but Dust took over and found 4 picks in that first fight to make sure Crazy 88's got the first cap.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, Strix had their moments every now and then, but it couldn't capitalize into actually capping the point. They were able to find some success on the Gardens with a bit of chaos going on there, but I mean, Crazy 88's, it was their show. They showed dominance almost the entire time, and I mean, especially on Control Center, you see Dust on that of Ramatra. It seemed like night and day, their performance. It's just a complete turnaround there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give them a lot of credit. Like I said, they looked great. That first point, I feel like they just needed a warm up a little bit there. I feel like going into that Doomfist comp that Strix was running, it just wasn't what they were comfortable with there for Crazy 88s. But then once Strix got off that Doomfist, it was all in the favor of Crazy 88s. I'm surprised we never saw the Doomfist come back out there for Strix, considering how well it worked there on Night Market.
Sure. I mean, with how dominant Brawl is on a lot of points on Control Center, especially Gardens, especially Control Center, you usually don't see Doom all that often, but especially with how much more value he gets, I wouldn't be surprised if they came back out. But Strix ultimately decided that it wasn't the move. They decided to stick with that Ramatra to try to counter Dust there, and it just didn't work out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we do know what our second and potentially final map of this series could be. We're going to be heading to the hybrid map of Blizzard World.
I mean, the Blizzard World could be... I feel like it's kind of divisive. It's either you love it or you hate it.
Yeah,
and
I mean...
I'm in the boat where I love it.
It's not King's Row. Yes, we had that running joke while we were off air a little bit, so that we would see Lijiang, King's Row, and if we had a third, it'd be Servasa. But nope, they surprised us with a little bit of a gift here during the holiday season by bringing us to Blizzard World.
Definitely in the festive mood. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be very interesting now that we might see a bit more dive heavy. We might see Strix go back onto that Doom with dive being a lot more viable now.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see the Doom come back out there for Strix. It looked really good for them on Night Market, but we could also see the Winston come out. Everyone talks about that he got a decent buff there for him, so it could be something where we see the Winston come back out. We could see the Tracer come back. That was one of the other big changes that a lot of people were talking about, from the 5.5 to 6 damage there. So it would be really interesting to see if they want to run this full dive, because I feel like we got a little bit of a mixture of the dive comp there on the first point of Night Market for Strix, where they had the Doomfist and they had the Soldier, but they were also coming out with a Mei, which did work out great for them.
Sure, yeah. I mean, with Mei, you kind of just expect it on Lijiang, especially with the sort of brawl comp that they had set up. If they ultimately decide it's not going to work, I do see them swapping onto maybe even a Torbjorn, because Torbjorn's gotten some pretty big, at least a decent buff here and there. But what we're going to see here, Melophobia is going to stick onto that Mei.
And that doesn't shock me. I mean, they are coming out here on defense first, and you do see what they're running here. It's not really anything different than what they were running on Lijiang Tower there. I mean, Smurfy coming back here on the Reaper. They look really great on the Reaper there. Dusk coming back out on the Ramattra, which honestly was their best pick there that entire last map. And still, Bolton Kate coming out with the Moira looking great here. But you look over at Strix, Crimson going back over to the Doomfist, that both me and you kind of agree looked the best for them there on the last map. But you see Peace here on the Widowmaker. I believe it's only going to be one grapple shot and then swap here to something else, something that kind of more fits with this comp. But again, you're just looking to see what Strix really wants to do here. They want to try to play fast, especially with Crazy 88s, setting up on this high ground.
And as he predicted, they got the shot off, they missed, and they're going to swap onto the Echo here. Try to get an early advantage, not going to work out. So definitely going more in line with their comp, going to go with a more aerial attack, but more of a dogfight there. And I mean, you're going to have manually trying to go with the off angle, but we do see Crimson trying to go for the back line, trying to back cap it here, and they might just get a third here.
They're going to be able to get...
They're going to back cap.
Yeah, they're gonna get one tick here. I would be surprised.
Maybe two.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
As Dusk goes down, they're gonna get two.
This is a start to a map if I have ever seen one.
What on earth is happening?
It looks like Crimson finally got off the point there just before they got the two ticks there, manually though falling to Mellow. But now, I mean, if you're Crazy at 8, you already see Dusk getting off the Ramattra here, going over to the Doom or the Rhine instead. But Peace finding Smurfy out is huge.
I mean, it's already looking great for Strix as Crazy 88 has been slowly bleeding out players here. Melophobia going down now to Noctis. I mean, Dusk in a bit of trouble as Noctis is there to support Crimson. Dusk goes down to manually, and it looks like Strix is going to cap in maybe the most unorthodox way I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the openings here to Blizzard World that I've ever seen. Peace though able to find Bolton Cake there, another kind of great pick off there, gonna stagger them out a little bit. But the spawns here for Crazy 88s aren't necessarily that bad here for point 2. But you look at Strix now, already almost everybody has their ultimate ready to go, and because of these swaps, Dusk going back over to the Ramattra, you lose a lot of ult charge there, and Dusk might lose their life here.
Especially with the nerf, given that you don't get as much carryover onto the ults there. Definitely swapping over no longer becomes as valuable. Crimson though finding 2 with the Meteor Strike, and I mean that's gonna be a full team kill for Strix. How about that?
A full team kill off of 1 ultimate. You're still holding on to 4. I believe Bolton Cake used their Coalescence in that last fight, and the only thing for Crazy 88 is going to be a Blizzard here and a beat. That's perfect there for Strix, and that kind of play there from that Doomfist is the exact reason why we saw that patch came in. They wanted you to play a little bit more aggressively, but the Nano coming out here on the Crimson early to try to keep Crazy 88 away from the card.
I mean, provide as much pressure as you can with that Nano Doom, and it seems to have been working pretty well. We see duplication come out from Peace onto the Ramattra, just to, again, claim more of that space. Melophobia is going to try to counter with the Blizzard here. Ryan Guy with the beat, not going to find anyone.
Yeah, and all the ultimates coming out here for Crazy 88. This is a fight they have to win now. Strix also using all their ultimates, and you already see Crimson starting off with a kill here.
Noctis going to go with Rally, finds Smurfx here. And it looks like it is going to be Strix's show all day. Crazy 88's going to hold on while they can. But I mean, with the Dust getting antied, not much they can do. Going down to Noctis. Melophobia, though, getting the pick on Divinity before getting taken down by Peace. Peace finding a second one there. Strix is going to take second point.
A very interesting swap there for Melophobia, just to get to the Widowmaker there. I'm going to be really interested and surprised to see that they're going to stick with it here, but they want to try to shut down Peace or manually. Actually, no, they're going back over to the main now. But again, Strix, this has kind of been almost a cakewalk for them. Every fight we've seen from them has been a win here for them. And honestly, I have to kind of contribute it all to the weird start we saw from them.
Sure, I mean, getting that mental advantage to start out, I mean, already we're seeing Dusk getting antied here. Going down real low, but that Nemesis form able to keep him alive just a little bit longer. Crimson with the Meteor Strike might find someone, but no, not quite. Almost getting hacked, able to get out just in the nick of time. Trying to see if Smurfx is going to go with that Death Blossom. Ultimately decides against it. He's going to take out Rhine Guy though. And again, like you said, Strix it's looking like their show all day. It's kind of snowballing here. in the favor of Strix. Crimson finding 2 there.
Yeah, and again, Bolton Cake, I think they got stunned out of their Coalescence there. A nice punch there by Crimson to make sure that Coalescence found really no value. But Crazy 88s, they're coming up on a couple ultimates here that are fight winners. You need to be watching out for the Annihilation and the Death Blossom here. But you look at Strix, they already have 4 ultimates ready to go. They can survive through a lot right now, and you're seeing the overclock start here from Manually.
Already some pretty high values. You see beat coming out from Ryan Guy very early on. Manually gained the pick on the Ryan Guy though. Dust with Annihilation. Gonna find one at least. Pretty high value if you ask me. Gonna find another to Manually Smurfex with the pick on a Crimson. And finally, we see some resistance from Crazy 88. Strix going down, having to back up a bit.
Yeah, and honestly, a huge fight win there from Crazy 88s because Strix invested all the ultimates they had ready there. They had 4 going into it, 4 out. Crazy 88s, you're still holding on to an EMP here, which you need to be able to try to win a team fight off this one here. You've done a good job at already eating about a minute and a half off the clock here. The EMP needs to be huge here for Melophobia. It hits 3, and you're going to be able to find 1 to start.
Finds one on Divinity at least, and another onto Noctis before going down to Crimson. I mean, that's a third. Another from Dust on the piece now. Ryan Guy on the Manually, and Crazy 88's gonna hold back Strix for another fight.
And Crimson trying to do what they did on the first point all over again with back capping it there. Did extend their lead very slightly there. Piece going over to the Tracer, and they want to try to get into that backline a little bit faster. The hack coming out here though. Onto Melo does force out the Meteor Strike.
Meteor Strike with that health regen, gonna keep them going a little bit longer before they get hacked, and probably gonna go down here. They're barely gonna stay alive as they just jump out of there with the punch on the Smurfex.
Yeah, now
like
each
Strix gonna have to recollect themselves.
Yeah, each team kind of fell back to the recollect themselves, like you said. The Coalescence coming out here from Bolton Cake to try to keep Dust alive.
The hack onto Crimson again, just trying to disrupt them as much as possible. Manually finding 2 here now. Peace finding Dust, and again Strix gonna take control here. Noctis gonna try to block out Ryan Guy from getting out of that room. And it looks like they're going to full cap with a minute and a half left on the clock.
Oh, and you see Melophobia get there just a moment too late. Manually came alive in that last team fight. They're finding 2 great picks to get themselves going there. They all started playing card. Then they staggered out and made sure Ryan Guy was not able to get out of that small health pack room there. Great play there by Strix. 120 on the time bank is really great, but when you consider how much time they had going into point 4 there, you have to give Crazy 88 some credit there. I think they took off about 3 minutes of clock there, considering Strix really had no trouble on the first point and really no trouble on the second point as well. Crazy 88 definitely figured something out there towards the end, but it wasn't good enough to stop Strix completely. Now, if you're Crazy 88s, what do you do here? I mean, Strix looked very good on that dive comp here. I would not be surprised, and I'm not surprised by the fact that they want to come out with it again here. And you look over at Crazy 88s, Melophobia on this Sombra, they've been great so far. No, they've been good so far. They haven't been great, though. You need to be able to find value with those hacks, with those viruses we've seen them throwing out there. The EMP, like I said, when they had that ready to go, it needed to be an ultimate that won the team fight on its own because it was the only ultimate that they had. Hey, and it did. They found both supports off that, and pretty much right there, that was it for Strix. But I mean, again, you need to play a little bit fast here. You need to try to shut down Crimson on this Doomfist, because if they're just able to fly around the map and disrupt what Crazy 88 wants to do, it's going to allow Manually and Peace to kind of take over this game.
Sure, I mean, I expect to see a lot more mileage out of Sombra in this tournament, especially with the massive buff to their EMP. But going out into this, I'm expecting to see Melophobia get a bit more mileage with their hacks, as you said. They were able to hack Crimson a lot, just didn't translate to any kills per se. But who knows, we might see that change on attack here.
Yeah, you see the hack come out here early onto Peace, but Peace able to safely glide themselves away back to their supports there. You need to be focusing those hacks either onto Crimson or onto the supports here for Strix if you are Melo.
As they do just now, but they're able to stay alive just because how much healing output they're getting from Divinity. Crimson just able to hold it down as Crazy 88s find themselves in this room on the side here.
Yeah, and they want to try to come from the back line here, but you're going to immediately see Crimson just dive in here. The hack, though, onto them might be able to get them started here.
And it does, Ryan Guy finding 2 here. The hack on the Crimson proving valuable as they go down. And it looks like Crazy 88s are going to cap point here. As Melophobia with the virus getting Peace, you said. we're gonna see Crazy 88s hold up a bit more of a fight if Melophobia can get those viruses off, and you just saw it there with that pick on the piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And they kind of stagger out Noctis here a little bit. But again, like I said last round, these second point spawns aren't necessarily as bad as other hybrid maps with them being all the way far away from the point. No, they're still relatively close. But now the hack coming out here on the Crimson again. You need to see Melophobia here try to get a lot of damage on it so they can get rid of Crimson early. But they're immediately able to fall back. The hack goes away. But Crimson still going to be able to dive into that backline. But you look at ultimates here. The duplicate and the coalescence ready for them. The duplicate, I expect Peace to be looking at someone like Dust. That was their favorite target last round. I would expect it to be their target here this round for duplicate.
I kind of expect to see it on either Dust or Smurfx. They're looking at them pretty heavily, either just trying to get as much sticky on them as possible, or maybe even to see as a duplication target. They do keep getting hacked by Melophobia, though. Look at this fight here, though. Sort of forcing into this side room as the pressure being applied. We do see Nano from Divinity coming out onto Crimson. Crimson already finding one on the Rhine guy. And I mean, with Dust being anti, not looking too good, they're able to stay alive just a bit longer. Getting picked off by Manually in the railgun, though. And I mean, Crimson having to use that seismic Meteor Strike just to get out of that fight. So we do see a little bit more evasive maneuvers with the Meteor Strike, but I mean, with the buff it's had, it's still just as powerful. You do go down to Smurfx, though.
Yeah, but look at those two picks there. You got rid of Peace and Crimson. If you're Crazy 88s, this is your go button. Play the cart, play faster. Now you're coming up on 4 ultimates. Make sure they find all the value they can.
We do see Death Blossom come out, though. Not going to find much value here, unfortunately. To counter it, though, Dust does have that Annihilation now at the ready. Mainly, though, on fire with their railguns. Finds one on the Bolting Cake now. And I mean, Dust getting taken down as the duplicate from Peace goes onto Ramatra. Peace is going to find another on the Rhine guy. And it looks like Strix is going to hold back Crazy 88s a little longer.
Yeah, and honestly, they played that one really good there. You have to give Divinity a great shout out there. That the bio nade there hit 2 there, so Dust could not get healed up through that. And they're still holding on to their Annihilation here, which is going to be big for this next fight. But Peace, like I said, their favorite target so far has been Dust on that Ramatra. They found a lot of value with it here, but Melophobia does have this EMP ready to go. And you do see a lot of members of Strix right here, so they're waiting for the moment where they can try to find the most bang for their buck here, and you're going to probably see a great dive come up onto this high ground when they throw out that EMP.
Looking for the timing work, and they get their highest value. Dust gets real low, though. Has to go into Nemesis form to stay alive just a bit longer. Crimson getting real low, though, as Ryan Guy's beat coming out here. Dust going to pick off Crimson, and Crazy 88 is going to push it further. Probably going to catch second point if no one's able to test.
Annihilation coming out.
Annihilation coming out. Gonna find some damage out here. Melophobia getting the pick on Divinity. Mainly, though, with that railgun, finding the pick on the Dust. Peace taking out Melophobia as well. Strix gonna hold on just a bit longer. Smurfx going down as well now out of Wraith.
And honestly, a great fight there from Strix. I mean, you only use 2 of your ultimates here, both your support ultimates here, and you're staggering out Bolting Cake here. But Crazy 88s are going to come back in with Smurfy X here and their Death Blossom, and Bolting Cake going to have their coalescence ready as well. But you look at what Strix has here, a duplicate. Again, I'm watching out for Dust or maybe even Bolting Cake to have another support there that can do a decent amount of damage. But Crimson having this Meteor Strike here, they want to play aggressive with it, and once you see him get under half health, I would not be surprised if they pop it off immediately.
Pressure already being applied. Dust going down to Peace now. You see Meteor Strike coming out onto Smurfx here. Just trying to get that Death Blossom out of the equation. Not going to be able to finish it off, though. Melophobia going down to Peace again, though. That laser has been proving very deadly.
Yeah, it's been great so far. Peace has been incredible on this Echo throughout this series right now, especially on this map here. Crazy 8s, though, I mean, they have to do something different here. They're kind of just running into a brick wall over and over and over again, hoping that they finally get that crack, the breakthrough here, but they need something to go their way. They're still holding on those 2 ultimates that I talked about last time, but Peace has a duplicate and Manually about to have another overclock, which I would not be surprised if once they get that, they decide to pop it off immediately, because they have been finding a ton of value with them lately.
Absolutely, with a minute left, you have to have some answers here. Manually with the railgun, another pick now. This time on Bolting Cake. Peace with the laser onto Melophobia, and it's already not looking good for Crazy 88s here. Peace, another pick on the Smurfx, and it looks like just a fight shut down by Strix. 30 seconds left. Crazy 88s have to come up with something. Ryan Guy probably going to go with that touch. They have to use those ults that they've been holding for, at this point, a minute and a half.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Crazy 88 got lucky there that Strix killed Dust as fast as they could. If they staggered them out a little bit, it would have been really hard for them to re-engage. Melophobia gonna get the touch here to make sure it goes in overtime. But yeah, like you said, those ultimates, and they're about to have a beat here. Need to use them pretty early on in this fight here. But Strix, they're coming up on 4 here. It's gonna be really hard for Crazy 88 to get anything going here if they do not find one of those supports first.
Crazy 88's able to touch, but the duplication onto Ramatra already out. They do get hacked though. We just see coming out. The Death Blossom immediately gets shut down by Noctis. EMP coming out to just try to hold off as long as possible. Annihilation from Peace. Doesn't find anyone, but manually with that overclock finds Smurfx. Peace taking out Ryan Guy. Strix not looking too hot. They have to touch. They have to see what they can do. They're not going to find anything, and looks like Strix is going to take the game here.
Yeah, Strix gonna be sending us to a map 3 here. I mean, a great map here by Strix. They picked it for a reason, and honestly, it allowed Crimson on this Doomfist. They got played the game here, but allowed them to have that freedom to dive and just make all these incredible plays here, and allowed their teammates here to just also find a lot of value with those picks. We talked about manually, and I'm mad at myself that I'm forgetting the Echo's name. Just to absolutely pop off throughout, Peace to pop off throughout that entire map there.
I mean, absolutely. Credit to everyone for having those very strong individual performances, but also as operating as a team. They had those very dominant first 2 points on offense, and on defense, sort of faltered a bit on that first point. Lost it kind of quickly, but were able to hold strong and just prevent Crazy 88s from advancing too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, with this being a best of 3, this is a winner take all. You move on to the next round, but we do know what our final map of this series will be. We're going to be heading to the Flashpoint map of New Junk City.
All right. Yes.
I'm
New Junk fan
1 for 3
myself.
on
I
map
love seeing
picks.
this map every single time. And again, I expect to see a lot of Doom. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would be surprised if we see it, but I would love to see a Junker Queen, given that we have seen her get a buff recently. A small one, but a nice buff.
I mean, any buff, big or small, is a good buff for them here. But like you said, we could see the Queen here. But again, you look at what Strix has been running. You could play the Doomfist on this map, but in my opinion, I really need to see what Crazy 88s comes out with here to try to shut it down. The Ramatra, that entire last map, didn't really seem to be able to shut it down that much there. Yeah, they had the Sombra there to try to help them out through it, but the hacks weren't coming out onto the Doomfist as often as I really thought they needed to there to help them get rid of the Doomfist. But if you're, like I said, if you're Crazy 88s, do you come back out on that Ramatra? Do you play that Junker Queen that you were talking about there? Do you come out on a Rhine? Because we have seen them play Rhine, I believe, once so far this series.
I mean, on a map as brawl heavy as New Junk City, the options are pretty vast, especially with what tank you could pick. I mean, Dust has a big decision to make here that'll ultimately determine if they move on in Mistletoe Madness. I mean, we've seen them on the Ramatra. It proved very effective on Lijiang. Not as effective on Blizzard World, maybe just because, Divinity on that Ana, just able to hit those biotic nades whenever possible, try to anti-heal whenever possible. Ultimately, it's going to come down to what they decide to go with on their lineups, what they decide Dust should go for. And I'm just interested to see what they end up deciding. With Strix, though, I think it's pretty confident to say they're going to see Crimson go on that Doomfist. It's been proving very, very effective.
Yeah, it has so far throughout this entire series. And the 2 points on Lijiang Tower where they weren't running the Doomfist, they weren't looking the exact same they had been when they were running the Doomfist here. So if you are Crazy 88s, your one goal is to try to get them off the Doomfist at all costs, because it seems like right now they are very comfortable and they would love to play the Doomfist no matter what. But like I said, with Crazy 88s, you got to figure out some way how to shut down the Doomfist. The support line, though, for Strix has done a great job making sure that everyone on their team has been able to stay alive, especially the Doomfist there, with how aggressively Crazy 88 started to play a little bit with the Sombra and the Ramatra, trying to make sure they got rid of them fast. It always seemed like the supports, though, for Strix were just able to keep them alive through everything.
Sure. I mean, we've mentioned it before, those very, very strong individual performances. We don't talk as much about those supports, but I mean, both Noctis and Divinity from Strix have been proving to be very, very effective at what they're doing. You see those effective rallies coming out from Noctis. They get those picks when needed. But you don't see them often, but they have very, very high value in Divinity, able to keep everyone alive exactly when needed. And I mean, getting the nanos off at the right time onto Crimson to just take up as much space as possible. I mean, it ultimately, I'm excited to see what Strix is able to do, as they are very strong individually, but I mean, even stronger as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to have to take a little bit of a break here before we get to map 3, but it'll only be a short one. And we'll be right back with the final map of Crazy 88s versus Strix.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, and here we are, Crazy 88s versus Strix on New Junk City. This one to determine who moves on to the quarterfinals of Mistletoe Madness. Just Guy here with Dexatron, as we are looking at the comps here, and very similar here. We got Dust again deciding to go with that Ramatra, but Crimson also on the Ramatra.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit before break here, that Crazy 88s, they looked the best when Crimson was not on the Doomfist here. So I'm honestly kind of surprised that they're not trying to force the Doomfist here for a fight to see if it will work out. But now you're seeing them make some swaps here, manually just going to TP them closer to point to try to get there faster and then go back over to the Soldier, in which they have looked great on throughout the series here. But, I mean, you look at Crazy 88s, Mello and Smurfy X here have to kind of, in my opinion, step it up a little bit here. Mello getting off the Sombra here I kind of do like it, especially with the Maze. Being able to have the ice walls are huge for both teams here.
Sure, and we see it already, Mello with that wall, but I mean, immediately countering that piece with the wall onto Dust, getting them pretty low, but we do see Smurfex just trying to force the attention off of Dust there, and it looks like it's just going to be a back and forth. No one really capturing point. Strix is going to try to go for it here.
And Strix looks like they might get first point cap here for free, as trades are going out each way. I think Crazy 8s, though, coming on the bad side of that, losing Ryan Guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, losing that support, definitely not what you want to start us out here. Crimson getting real low, able to stay alive a bit longer. Melophobia getting picking off manually though there from Melophobia. And it looks like Crimson goes down. Crazy 88's probably going to be able to retake the point pretty quick here.
Yeah, and they're finding some big picks here at the end. Divinity dying as well. It's kind of staggers them out a little bit. We really won't see Strix now contest back in or start another fight until around the point where Crazy 88 potentially takes the lead here. And look at what Crazy 88 has coming into this fight here. Basically almost all their ultimates. The only thing, like, Strix is almost there as well, but Noctis only 60% to their ultimate because they were taken out very early on in that last fight.
I mean, yeah, Beat is very high cost ultimate there, and going out pretty quick early, you're not going to have a lot of value on that piece. Using their Blizzard Stars out here, and it's going to find a bit of value, just forcing everyone off. We see Crimson going with that Annihilation, both Annihilations from either team coming out. We see Ryan Guy with that beat. Dust is going to find Divinity as a piece goes down to Smurfex, and I mean, Crazy Idiot's going to hold on to point a bit longer here. Strix going to try to contest as well as they can, but ultimately, having those go down that early, it was just Crazy 88s all day for first point.
Yeah, and honestly, big shout out there to Bolting and Ryan Guy. They use their ultimates at the perfect times. They use the Coalescence to keep Dust alive through the Blizzard, that piece throughout. And then Ryan Guy used the beat so that Dust could be a little bit more aggressive with their Annihilation, and they're able to find a lot of picks off of it there, really forcing Strix no chance to come back and recontest on that point there. Great start here for Crazy 88s, but Strix, you have the beat, you have the overclock coming in into this fight here, but watch out for Mello throwing that Blizzard pretty early here.
Wall already going out from Peace. We do see Manually find two with Overclock though. And I mean, we've talked about it already. Manually with that railgun is deadly, and they had to get shut down by Dust there. Just getting that threat out of the way. Strix though, still looking like they're going to capture points. Crimson finds Smurfex with that Nemesis form.
And at this point right now, I mean, you see Crazy 8s, especially Ryan Guy, just trying to hold on this point here. Dust very low, just hanging out on their own on this high ground. Still no one capped point yet. Great job here by Crazy 88s to not allow Strix to cap it, but Strix finally able to force Crazy 8s off the point long enough. But watch out for Smurf X here to really get going here with this Death Blossom. And Bolton Cake might be able to sustain him through it with their Coalescence if they want to try to combo that.
We do see Amplification Matrix come out from Strix, but Melophobia finds two now on Tracer. I mean, this swap, we didn't expect it, but here we are, and it's already proving valuable.
And Bolton Cake finds Crimson there towards the end of this fight here. You do see Noctis trying to just stall on the point as long as they can before they get taken out. But, you know, great play there by Strix, holding on for 45%. You're still holding on to an Annihilation and a Blizzard here. And Bolton Cake using that Coalescence this last fight means that they cannot keep Dust up through it like they did last time, piece throughout their Blizzard here. But Ryan Guy does have that beat ready to go. And we saw what happened last time when Dust and Ryan Guy comboed their ults. It allowed Dust to be a lot more aggressive, and they were able to find a lot of picks early, pretty much ending that first point a lot sooner than probably what it should have been here. But Strix wanted to play this safe here, not wanting to engage too far, but Dust doesn't care.
Doesn't even need to use Annihilation just yet. Dust does end up using it, gets shut down by Peace, who finds two after their Blizzard there. Finds another on the Melophobia, and it looks like Strix is going to recap here if they can get Ryan Guy off their point. and Bolted Cake as well as they do.
And this is kind of going back all to what we saw in Lijiang Tower a little bit. Strix allowed, Crazy 88s to cap the point there after they lost the fight, but they were waiting for them to re-engage into them. Dust used that Annihilation Wand to find as much value as they could there, but Peace used the Blizzard at the perfect time. Ryan Guy, nowhere around to invest the beat in them to keep Dust alive. Melophobia also did use a Blitz, or swapping off the Tracer, going back over to the Mei here. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they do here, but Crimson, they have this Annihilation ready to go. Ryan Guy using the beat here early, gonna allow them to have free Annihilation now.
Annihilation for free, already finding one to Bolt the Cake, might find another here on the Dust as they get real low, and I mean, Strix is just able to clean up as they've captured the second point already. Need to move real quick here.
Yeah, and honestly, great play there from Strix. You use the Annihilation to make sure you got that first, or get the cap there, make sure you tied up this map 1-1, and you're coming in this next fight here with 3 ultimates. Well, Crazy 88s, the only thing they can really say is they might have a Coalescence if, you want to play slow and just fight for point and not meet them somewhere before, but it looks like Crazy 88s is going to be able to get this next flashpoint here. But again, Strix, they're going to have the Ant Matrix, the beat, and the Overclock here. I would not be surprised if we see a combo here from Divinity and Manually, considering Manually has done a good job on their own, finding at least 2 almost every time with their overclocks.
Fantastic, and we see Nemesis coming out from both teams here. Amplification Matrix from Divinity. No overclock to match it just yet for Manually. We're going to hold on to it a bit longer as Bolty Cake uses that Coalescence. Not going to find anyone as Noctis has used that beat. And it's just using ults back and forth manually. After that beat coming out, decides now's the time to use that overclock. Not gonna find anything just yet. Dust taking out Crimson. Gonna immediately go with that Annihilation. Gets frozen though by the Blizzard from Peace. Peace taking them out. And it looks like, despite that big play from Peace, Strix is still gonna lose that first point. Goes to Crazy 88s.
Yeah, a couple questionable ultimates coming out there from both sides. In my opinion, I don't really feel like Bolt and Cake needed to use their Coalescence there at that point. They use it more offensively or aggressively than defensively to keep their team alive. But Peace used the Blizzard there. I don't think it found anything that they were really hoping for there, and it really hurt them here because now you look at the ultimate economy, Crazy 88's looking strong, while Strix, they're basically, having to kind of put everything here on Crimson and this Annihilation, but this is final fight territory right here.
Definitely playing from behind. We do see Melophobia going with that Blizzard, already gonna comboing with Smurfx with that Death Blossom. Gonna find 3 here, Dust 2 with that Nemesis form, and just forcing Strix back. Third point going to Crazy 88s, and it looks like we're gonna have to go to 4th point here.
Yeah, and I mean, Crazy 88s, they use both their DPS ultimates there, which is perfectly fine. You want to make sure you put yourself onto serious point here. Strix, though, still kind of lagging behind in ultimates at the moment. Crimson, again, very close to their Annihilation. But Crazy 88s, I mean, they're going to have both their support ultimates ready to go this fight. And we've seen what they've been able to do in the past with them here. But this Ice Wall coming out from Peace here looks like it might slow down Crazy 88s a little bit.
Strix playing from behind. They do have that Annihilation, though, at the ready. Crimson getting that first pick on the Dust, and it's already Strix looking like they're going to make a comeback here. Bolton Cake getting that pick on him manually, and the Annihilation comes out, finds Melophobia. Zerfx going down as well. It's just down to Bolton Cake to try to stall as long as possible. They're going to try to get Peace down as well, as low as they can. Peace does ultimately get that pick off, and I mean, that stall massive from Bolton Cake, although they do stagger a bit here.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's not that big of a deal here for Crazy 88s. Like I said, you're on map point at the moment, so you could afford to maybe lose a fight here early, but look at Strix now, 4 ultimates in the bank here. Crazy 88s, if this fight lasts a decent long here, you might be able to see them get all their ultimates, but you're already seeing the Blizzard come out here from Peace.
Wall Blizzard to start us out. Divinity using that Coalescence already. I mean, Divinity finding that pick on the Bolton Cake. A big pick early on. Blizzard from Crazy 88s. It looks like Melophobia is going to go down here, though. Divinity with that pick, though. Smurfx, though, finding 2 here. And it looks like Crazy 88s might just retake, as it's ultimately down to Divinity and Crimson. Divinity going down, though, to Dust. And Crazy
honestly,
88s to recap.
And Crazy 88s desperate in need of that fight, considering how much they actually invested into it, and also how much Strix used there. They used the Coalescence, they used the Blizzard there, and you see Manually and Noctis holding onto their ultimates here, or they'll have them as they come in. Crazy 88s, though, in a good spot right now. They have their own Death Blossom Annihilation, and Bolton Cake has been able to build up these Coalescence incredibly fast right now, so they need to try to build it up as fast as you can here. But I would be watching out here for Noctis to get something going here, but it's actually going to be manually.
With the Death Blossom, finds 2 here. Manually does another onto Dust after getting out of it. And I mean, Strix gonna go with a quick retake as they started and ended that fight very fast.
Yeah, and the reason why I was looking for Noctis to get something going there is I thought they were going to use the beat aggressively to try to go into Crazy 88's, force them to use something of their own there. Smurfy X did use their Death Blossom as well, but found absolutely nothing with it here. And now, what more could you ask for? Final map, and we're heading to the 5th point here on Flashpoint. Both teams are playing incredibly hard right now, and the ultimate economies have pretty much kind of evened out here at the moment, but Strix has the slight advantage coming in this next one here with 2 ultimates, but Crazy 88s, they have 2 damage-dealing ultimates. Bolton Cake has in the past used their Coalescence for healing, but their last couple Coalescence have mostly been focusing on trying to do as much damage as you possibly can.
As we see here, they've already decided to go for it with that Coalescence. They might just try to get that Annihilation out right now from Crimson. Wall coming out, Annihilation as well. We see Coalescence from Strix as well, finding Dust here. And I mean, already pretty high value. Smurfex, Melophobia, everyone going down. It's Strix's show for 5th point to open us up.
Yeah, and the fact that they only used 2 ultimates there is huge. And Dust used their Annihilation at some point during that fight and lost it all. So if you're Crazy 88s, you're basically banking this next fight on the Blizzard here from Melophobia. Ryan Guy, in my opinion, will only use their beat here if Peace throws out their Blizzard here as well. And we've seen Peace be very aggressive with these in the past. So once they see where Crazy 88s is going, I would watch out for the wall and the Blizzard will follow it.
I mean, there's that Blizzard coming out already. Gonna freeze Dust. That, like you said, that beat coming out from Ryan Guy. Noctis beat as well. Although Strix gonna find 2 here. Almost a full team kill as that Blizzard from Peace finds a ton of value.
And smart there from Ryan Guy just to get out once they noticed they had lost already 3 members of their team. They are the taxi now. They have to get back here as fast as they can. The Blizzard here from Melophobia and Smurfy X needs to be able to live long enough to get their own Death Blossom here. But manually, we saw what happened last time they had a Death Blossom. They were able to find 3 and basically end the fight before it even started.
Manually at the ready, no beat in sight, finds 2 here. The Blizzard though coming out from Melophobia does find manually, and ultimately Crazy 88 is going to retake, but for how long is the question. The Smurfex with their own Death Blossom finds Peace here, and I mean Crimson real low, gonna get taken out by Dust, and it looks like Crazy 88 is gonna hold on a little bit longer.
And this was such a huge fight for Crazy 88s, because considering the 2 members that they lost in the Death Blossom there from manually were Bolton Cake and Ryan Guy. They had no supports, no way to heal themselves up, but luckily Mellow and Smurf and Dust all can give themselves either health or shields to be able to sustain through a lot of the stuff that Strix threw at them. But now, you cannot lose a fight here. You're coming up on a couple ultimates here with your Annihilation and your Coalescence here if you're Crazy 88s, but Strix is about to have the same ultimates as well, and Peace might be able to build to a Blizzard here pretty fast.
Do or die for Crazy 88s. They have to hold on here as Coalescence comes out from Divinity, and it looks like we might see a double Annihilation here. Bit of a back and forth. It's ultimately who can outlast the other. Bolton Cake with their Coalescence coming out now. Find the pick on Crimson. That early Coalescence from Divinity is proving costly, as Crazy 88s is going to hold on and might just take it here. And they do. Crazy 88s will take the game and move on.
What a series from both these teams. I mean, what a map as well, back and forth. A last-ditch effort there for Crazy 88s to cap the point, and then they held on to it perfectly, in my opinion. Yeah, like you said, the Coalescence coming out there a little bit from Strix early was probably the downfall for Strix. They did not have it there to keep their team supported through that Annihilation, while Crazy 88s did, and a huge ice wall there was able to make sure they got rid of Crimson early to make sure that Crazy 88s could just clean up the rest of Strix and just end the map there and move on to the round of 16.
I mean, when you have both annihilations coming out from both Ramatras, both Dust and Crimson. It's ultimately who can outlast the other, because those are going to last a long time, maybe even the full 20 seconds if both teams could survive it. And it ultimately came down to Bolton Cake having that coalescence at the ready that they didn't have when the fight started. And that turned the fight completely, because they had that heal necessary to keep them alive, to sustain just a bit longer. We saw Divinity use their coalescence so much earlier to open the fight, basically getting that damage out, and it proved to cost them the match here, as ultimately the Crazy Eights had that sustain to hold on there.
Yeah, and this was a great series, just some guy, but we have an even better series, in my opinion, after this break, with Pirates in Pajamas versus O3 Splash. You're not going to want to miss that one, so make sure you guys stick around. We're going to take a short break and then be right back with that incredible series.
Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone, to Mistletoe Madness. I am Just a Guy. With me, of course, Dexatron, and ahead of us is a very, very exciting match. We've got O3 Splash versus Pirates in pajamas.
Two great teams, two contenders teams here in the Mistletoe Madness. What a great sign here. But honestly, the biggest shock that we had when we saw this announcement, or when we saw this was going to be our second game of the night, is we're shocked to see them here in the round of 16.
I mean, absolutely. They're
round of 8.
I believe you mean the quarterfinals. But yeah, I mean, they're very, very. No worries, man. Happens to the best of us. It's been a long day. Very very exciting matches. It's easy to get lost in the minutia here. But I mean, like you said, two extremely talented teams. Very surprised that they're here this early. But I mean, here we are now. I mean, we can take a look at them right now. O3 Splash to start us up. I mean, we've got Haven and Zira over on the DPS. Supports, we got Vega and CJ. Rounding it out on tank, we got Infected. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is
an
incredibly talented roster. I mean, I look at this and I recognize a lot of these names. I recognize Infected. I recognize CJ. I recognize Vega. I recognize everyone here. This is a great team. And honestly, I'm not surprised to see them here in the round of 8.
And I mean, equally on Pirates and Pajamas, equally talented roster here with you've got Chronic and Stone on the DPS, Nyx, Neptune on the support, and then finally Strider on tank. You look forward to matches like these.
Oh yeah, you look forward to matches like these every day, and as casters, me and you hope that we get a chance to cast teams like this, and we're getting that chance now. That is an incredible thing here for us. But hey, they don't care about us. They care about the game here, Just Some Guy. And we do know where our first map of the night will be in this best of 5. Now, we're going to be heading to Samoa, the newest map in the game.
Yes, and I mean, from what I've played and from what I've seen, there's opportunity for a lot of interesting compositions. And I mean, the strategies that you see here, very, very interesting. I'm a big fan of the new map.
Yeah, and like I feel like there's a lot of teams and a lot of players who are still getting used to this map. I mean, you don't see it that often. So for one of these teams to pick it means they have probably been practicing on it a lot, hoping that the other team necessarily hasn't, or there might be some sort of like handshake agreement between the two teams saying, hey, why don't we just go to the new map? We haven't practiced a lot. We imagine you guys haven't practiced a lot. So why don't we just have some fun?
Sure, I mean, something that's not Lijiang. A bit of a variety here. You get to play the new map, get to have a bit of fun on Samoa now. I mean, I'm excited to see both teams, how they interact, how their compositions alter based on, I mean, just how very close a lot of these maps can be, especially.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And considering, I'm trying to figure out which point this is just from that one shot there. It was pretty difficult, but I believe this is the one that has it's the one that has the beach, the one that has the crabs on it. But this is honest. I think this is the smallest control point of any of the control points on this map. And it's also in a little bit of a valley. So the high ground here, big for both sides here. And you see Pirates in Pajamas coming out on this Ramatra comp, or O3 Splash coming out on this Ramatra comp, and O3 Splash, Pirates in Pajamas coming out on the Sigma comp here, which is really interesting because I thought we would be seeing just a lot of new meta stuff, but we're still seeing some hangover here of Sigma.
I mean, they might still feel very confident on it, Pirates and Pajamas are. And I mean, already opening us out, we see a bit of back and forth. Stone getting the pick on a Haven while Zira taking on Neptune. I think O3 Splash had a bit of an advantage with Lucio going down here. And I mean, Infected getting another pick on a fix. But again, both Baptiste now down. And ultimately, it's in the favor of O3 Splash. Just Neptune going down that early allows O3 Splash to take the point first.
And I love how O3 Splash played that there. Infected just decided to say, okay, I'm going to go into the Nemesis form and run straight past Strider, go take out Fix there, and then they focus on Strider. A great play from them there. They cap point first off of that here. And look at O3 Splash at the moment. CJ, Vega, Infected, Zera, all, over 50% on their ultimates. And same thing for Pirates in Pajamas, who did play that first fight incredibly well, but Strider was sectioned off away from the rest of their team, not allowing their DPS or their supports that space they needed to try to keep them alive in the fight. But Zera finding Chronic out very early on in this fight.
Very early pick, exactly what you need if you're O3 Splash. Just trying to keep Pirates back a little bit longer. Zera getting another pick now onto Stone. And I mean, it's a bit of a... it's time to reconsider if you're Pirates. You're trying to see what we could do differently, how you could tackle this composition a bit differently.
And honestly, if you're O3 Splash, you have this Blizzard ready to go here. You might use the overclock first, but no, it's going to be the Blizzard since Pirates in Pajamas wanted to play into that hut there, and you're going to be able to find the Sigma out there early. That slows down this entire push here from Pirates in Pajamas immediately.
Exactly, and with Amplification Matrix at the ready, I mean, you've just got another thing to keep Pirates back just a bit longer. We do see the Pulse Bomb able to find, CJ using that Immortality Field perfectly just to keep everyone alive with that Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, Pirates in Pajamas here using almost everything at their disposal right now to try to get something going on the point. The Annihilation coming out for Infect does not find the value they were looking for here, but it does slow down Pirates for a moment.
O3 Splash forced to move around a bit as the Amplification Matrix and Overclock come out from Pirates. Zera, though, getting the pick on the Fix. A bit of a back and forth now. Pirates, though, finding a bit of ground as they take out Infected and CJ. And it looks like just before O3 Splash fully caps first point, Pirates is going to retake here.
Yeah, and Zero just deciding to run straight into the sweet embrace of death there that the Pirates were gladly give them there. Not going to stagger them out there that much there. I thought they would try to do that, but no, they just want to make sure they got back to spawn as fast as they could here. A lot of ultimates invested in that fight there from both sides. Haven, though, having this overclock ready to go in this fight might be big for them here, especially if they're able to find someone like Neptune or someone like Stone who wants to try to get into your backline and disrupt what CJ and Haven want to do, really.
Sure, I mean, we've seen Zera very effective getting those picks off, but Stone taking out Haven to start out, so they're not even going to have that overclock to open up. They have the Pulse Bomb from Stone. Doesn't find anyone just on that round. Yeah, it looks like O3 Splash is going to retake here.
Yeah, Pirates in Pajamas losing or played that weirdly there. Haven going to find Stone there, and no one from Pirates in Pajamas going to be able to get back to point in time. O3 Splash, I feel like they led them away from the point long enough that they could get that cap, and then just Pirates not able to get back in time. A little bit of a misplay from them, in my opinion there, but O3 Splash will gladly take that misplay there to put them up in the map here 1-0. And now, so far, the only swap you're seeing here from Pirates in Pajamas is Strider getting off the Sigma, because honestly, I don't think it was finding the value they were necessarily looking for there. The Flux didn't find a lot there. I don't really think we saw a lot there from the Accretions as well. So going over, trying and mirror this Ramatra might be the better pick here. Stone gonna probably use the Symmetra here to TP them out of spawn and probably go back over to that to the Tracer, maybe even the Mei. I thought they looked really good on the Tracer though on that first point.
Sure, I mean, you say yourself a bit of Season 7 hangover there. Strider trying to see if they can get Sigma to work. Didn't exactly work out as they planned, so they're trying to go back onto that Ramatra, who's proven to be a bit more effective now here in Season 8. Opening up very strong here, Zera with that wall, able to catch Strider, having to back up just a bit. It looks like the pressure is on for Pirates. Just having to try to retake as much space as they can, as O3 has proven very effective with their initial push.
Yeah, each team just poking at each other right now. Haven, they're going to be able to find Neptune is a great start here for O3 Splash.
I mean, with the Immortality Field down as well from Pirates, it's not looking good. Strider going down, Fix going down. It is O3 Splash to cap to start us out here.
And I love when you see an Lucio be very aggressive. It means they have a lot of confidence in their team to be able to kind of bail them out if they get caught up in a sticky situation, or they have a lot of confidence in themselves that they'll be able to either kill the person they're going after or be able to get out there. Vega doing that very early there to shut down Stone is great, who now goes over to the Mei here. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how Pirates in Pajamas plays this now that they're doing the mirror.
Confidence in Lucio Main, sort of going 1-1 here as Pirates tries to go with their push here to retake. CJ going with that amplification matrix, and Strider just gets melted as the wall comes down. Haven getting the pick on the Neptune, and Pirates in Pajamas is forced back yet again by O3 Splash in a team kill.
And your O3 Splash, you are loving that fight there. All you used was the amp matrix there from CJ. You're still holding on to basically all your other ultimates now. Pirates in Pajamas, you're building up to some here. Fix does have their amp matrix ready to go here, but I don't see what value you're going to get out of here in this fight.
Infected with the early pick on the Fix as they go a little bit sneaky to open up this next fight. Stone does find Haven, so that that overclock not going to find much. Blizzard coming out from Zera, going to find Strider, and I mean O3 Splash is going to have to back up as they did lose quite a bit on that push, but I mean just stalling out Pirates in Pajamas, able to move that percentage up just a little bit more.
And Zera kind of caught off away from the rest of their team right now. Maybe being a little bit of a distraction here. Fix almost goes down to them here. But Pirates in Pajamas in a great spot right now. All 5 ultimates about to come up online for them, while Infected is the only one here for O3 Splash that has anything. So I don't see them investing their Annihilation into this fight unless they feel like it's a winnable fight.
Amplification Matrix coming out from Fix as all 5 ults are ready, as you said. And I mean, it's just shutting down real quick for O3 Splash. They tried something a little interesting there. The teleport right in front of Fix, immediately shutting that down as Pirates are going to retake.
Talk about knocking on Heaven's door right there. Haven used that TP, but then immediately got their lights knocked out there by Fix. And Pirates in Pajamas, a huge fight win for them there. They got control of the point, and they only used the amp matrix, something that O3 Splash did, but look at the ultimates that Pirates in Pajamas has here. If they play it smart, they can cycle through them, but you cannot lose someone early like Chronic.
I mean, they're going to have to use that Blizzard to immediately to respond. And Infected looks like they might go down here as that Immortality Field doesn't last that long. And Haven, though, gets the pick on the Fix, though. Strider, with that Annihilation, finds 2. Might be able to find a 3rd onto Haven, and they do. And Pirates able to hold out just a little bit longer, using 2 of those ults. I mean, even with Haven going down really... Or, what was it? Krona going down really early there.
And you're fine.
But they were able to hold on.
You're fine with that if you're Pirates in Pajamas. You want to win that fight there, because if you lost it, the point's over. It's in favor of O3 Splash, and the map's over as well. O3 Splash, though, they're coming back with 2 ultimates of their own, and Zera going to be able to build up to their own Blizzard here. I would watch for the moment they get that Blizzard to go, it gets thrown out.
Chronic immediately picks off CJ to open up here. And I mean, Zera has that Blizzard. They're just going to go for it. Walls it out. Try to catch as many people as they can. Infected getting the pick on the Stone, but it's a little bit of a back and forth. Both Mays going down. Infected goes down as well. Fix for Pirates goes down, and Pirates are going to come out on top of this fight in what was a very back and forth brawl.
Yeah, but if you're O3 Splash, you're kind of happy about that fight. You forced out a couple big ultimates there from Pirates in Pajamas. The beat came out there from Neptune. Look at what you're coming into this next fight with. Everything, basically besides a blade there, because Zera got off of the Mei going over to the Genji now. You're in a very prime spot here to win this team fight, but you have to play a little bit aggressive, and that's exactly what they're doing here, starting off with the Amp Matrix and the beat.
4 ults at the ready. Beat comes out from Vega, and everything coming out from O3 Splash now. And it's not looking great as Strider gets down real low. Zera get the pick on Stone. And just holding on as long as possible. Strider does go down. It looks like O3 Splash is going to be able to retake here as Zera getting the pick on the Fix now. And that Annihilation proving very, very effective. Finds Chronic as well. He's going to retake Neptune. Going to try to contest as long as possible. But, I mean, Vega right there to respond. And it looks like O3 Splash will take Samoa.
And I don't think that was the play there from Neptune. They needed to try to fall back, maybe regroup with their team real quick. But I understand 91% on the point there means they had to try to play for the touch there, but a great play there from O3 Splash to make sure that they did not get that touch before the requirement there for overtime. A great map overall for O3 Splash. But Pirates in Pajamas, they kind of came alive there a little bit on this downtown map, and it really did look good for them. They're on points. But again, just O3 Splash coming in that last engagement with 4 ultimates ready to go. Eventually, ultimates will just kind of win out no matter what.
Sure. I mean, we saw earlier, I mean, if one of your guys gets picked off early, like we saw with Pirates, they saw Corona go down real quick to zero, getting those long range picks off with May. If your guy goes down with that ult, holding on to that ult, I mean, that's essentially death for your team. Of course, Pirates were able to hold on for a little bit longer, just because of that general talent and mechanical skill. But I mean, ultimately, it just goes to O3 Splash just because of how they played that round.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm going to stress this again. This is a best of 5. So Pirates in Pajamas does not have their backs against the wall after losing that first map here. They're still kind of comfortable with the mode, but they don't want to lose our next map. But Pirates in Pajamas, like we said, did look a little bit better there on the second point. They kind of struggled on the first point to get anything going. I just thought the Sigma pick wasn't really finding them the value they were looking for. They swap over to that Ramattra there on the second point, and basically it was a mirror for the majority of that map there. While we saw O3 Splash, swap off a little bit there towards the end, and Pirates in Pajamas, they started off with the Tracer, eventually went over to the May and looked a little bit better. But the swaps there from O3 Splash there at the end of Downtown was what got them over the hump there, able to make sure they beat Pirates in Pajamas and won that first map.
I mean, absolutely. We saw, like you said, Ramattra just has been so much more effective this season. Sigma has proven to be very he was very powerful in the previous season, but now after the changes in the balances going into this season, he's not as effective, especially when you're going up against May and when you're going up against say Sojourn, when you're going up against Ramattra, not as effective now. But I mean, we'll see what they end up deciding to do if they try to stick with our Ramattra as we go on to Blizzard World for our next map here.
Yeah, and honestly, we saw Blizzard World in our last series as well, and we did see Ramattra come out from one of the teams, but it never really looked good. Instead, it was a dive comp with a Doomfist that looked really good on this map, but that was something we did not see from either team on Samoa, was the sort of dive play style a little bit there. So it'd be really interesting to see if one of those teams says, hey, we're going to try dive here and see what happens. Or, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see both teams kind of stick with the Ramattra. I think both, especially if you're O3 Splash, you're very comfortable on it. I think Pirates in Pajamas really got comfortable on it as that second point went through, just not able to seal the deal there to keep us in Samoa here for the moment. But I mean, again, it's gonna be really interesting to see how these teams want to play in this one. Do they play dive? Do they stick with the Ramattra? Do we potentially see the Orion come out? Because I believe we saw that here a little bit last series, but I don't think it really looked that well.
Sure. I mean, when you're looking down on it, the hero pools for both teams, they definitely feel a bit more confident on those brawl comps with Ramattra, for example. Not as confident on the the Doomfists, just because they're very like high technical skill, high execution. They feel a little more confident on those more brawl comps, so letting the team be able to work around with them. So ultimately, I don't think we'll see any change on tanks, but I'm open to being surprised here.
Yeah, we are always open to being surprised at the moment, especially myself. I love when teams go a little bit off the beaten path, but maybe we talked about Doomfist a little bit when talking about dive. Maybe we see a Winston come back out here. I feel like we could see that on this map, especially with the slight buff he was given on his charge shot. But I mean, we went into the map there for a moment and then immediately came right back to us, just some guy. I mean. Both these teams, I mean, we there's a pause for a reason. Both these teams, though, they looked incredibly well on that first map. O3 Splash, though, I feel like it really came down to that first point where they kind of just dominated. And Pirates in Pajamas were really kind of slow to make those swaps, waiting till that second point. I really feel like if we saw Pirates in Pajamas come out on that or swap over to the Ramattra comp that they ran on the second point, about halfway through the first point, we might have seen a little bit of a different story there on Samoa.
Sure. I mean, they always seemed on a bit of a back foot for most of Samoa, but you said it very well yourself. Once Strider decided to go off of that Sigma onto Ramattra, seemed to be a bit more of a closer matchup there. I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to who can operate with that Ramattra better, who can get those early picks in, because those early picks make all the difference. We saw a 0 with those early picks on May. Those early Icicle picks, those turned the fight, and that was a big reason why O3 Splash was able to take Samoa there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always comes down to those early picks, or really even before fight picks. That's what you're kind of talking about there with Zera. Being able to find those right-click headshots before really fight had broken out, forcing Pirates in Pajamas to kind of fall back there a little bit. But now we're seeing what each team is coming out with here. Pirates in Pajamas, kind of teasing us right now with running this Doomfist. And honestly, the Doomfist and Fix on the Ana might be the only two characters that actually stay on those characters, because I think everyone else is gonna make a swap. But you see O3 Splash, they're coming right back out on what they were most comfortable with on that last map. The only difference is CJ coming out on this Ana. I really like that as well here, especially thinking that they're gonna have they're gonna be dealing with this Doomfist here from Strider.
One thing that surprised me is seeing Zira on the Tracer instead of what we saw last game on the Mei. I mean, I'm open to seeing how well that operates, but ultimately, I think I'm very surprised that they're not going with that Mei. And we do see Strider swapping off the Doomfist onto Ball.
Even I can't be right when I'm saying what people are going to come out on here. But the Ball is honestly a pleasant surprise for me here. We've seen Ball comps in the past absolutely cause teams a lot of problems, sort of like a Doomfist here. If Strider's able to have free reign to just kind of roll through everyone, Chronic finding Vega out early is huge. But if the Ball here of Strider's able just to roll through everyone, it's going to cause O3 Splash a lot of problems.
Sure, and ultimately, it's just they sort of got the green light there, seeing that pick on Vega. Vega gonna swap onto Brigitte now. Chronic with another pick now, this time on Infected, and Pirates looking much better this time as their push proving pretty effective. Haven, though, with the response of their own, getting railgun shot on the Fix. Now, and Strider in a bit of trouble, gets taken out by Haven as well.
It was such a key pick there for O3 Splash to get rid of Fix early, because Neptune can only do so much healing to get Strider back into that fight. Basically, Fix is going to be there just pocketing Strider as much as they can. But like I said, finding Fix early was the reason why O3 Splash was able to come back into that fight here. And look what O3 Splash is doing. Infected got off the Ramatra, going over to a Doomfist instead. They want to try to counter out this Ball here from Strider. And honestly, I like this here, because if they don't focus on Strider and focus on the backline of Fix and Neptune, it's going to cause Strider to try to go peel back and save their supports.
I mean, yeah, I think it's ultimately a really good decision that you don't see all that often in response to Ball, especially, is seeing that Doomfist to force Ball to not play as aggressive and watch their backline a little bit more. I mean, looking at ultimates here, we see Strider getting real close with that. They do have Mines at the ready, but Stone getting nanoed, finding two here now on O3 Splash. Gonna find another on a CJ as well. Zira gonna try to do what they can, find both supports from Pirates, but it looks like Pirates are gonna capture the point here, or at least get a decent way through.
And they're gonna get at least 2 ticks here, but in fact they're gonna be able to come back in there. And honestly, Stone finding those 3 picks there were huge, but again, not because of who they lost there. They weren't able to put 3 members of their team on the point there to cap the first point here. 2 ticks though is good here, but Zira gonna be able to find Stone out.
And we do see Nano coming out from Pirates onto Chronic here. They're gonna find 2 with that overclock. Massive picks here. Chronic with another onto Infected, and Pirates are going to capture point A here. Very well done. I mean, that Nano onto Chronic, exactly what they wanted. I mean, Chronic with that technical skill, finding 3, 2 with that overclock. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Not much more, honestly. I mean, they did everything they needed to do there to win the fight, win the point. Now they start to push here. 3 minutes, a little bit over 3 minutes on the clock here for them now. But Pirates in Pajamas, they are playing very aggressively, which is what you kind of want to do here with this Ball. You want to try to slow down O3 Splash from kind of getting set up on this high ground, and Strider can do a good job of that here. But now it seems like everyone peels back to try to get some more cart push.
What I find interesting now, Infected on the Sigma. I mean, I'm open to seeing how that operates, but we saw Sigma last game, except the difference being Strider playing that Sigma. Didn't prove too effective, but with these high ground advantages that O3 Splash does have, I mean, I'm interested to see how well it pays off. And Haven already showing that early pick on the Fix. Gonna have to force Pirates back a little bit more.
And look at what that does to the Pirates. Once they lost Fix, Stone, who was on the cart, just decided to just blink all the way back to their team to make sure they didn't lose anyone else. But Zira says, who cares if you go back to your team? I will still find you there. A great pickoff for them just to slow down Pirates in Pajamas a little bit more here. But you look at what's coming up here with Pirates in Pajamas. The Nano, the Minefield, and the Pulse Bomb here. But O3 Splash, I mean, they have both their supports and a Pulse Bomb of their own. And you see Zira throwing it out.
I mean, if you're in Stone's predicament there, you're deciding if you want to stay on point and try to cap as much as possible. But Fix getting that nano onto Strider, gets the pick on the CJ with Mines to start us out. Another pick on the Vega. Both supports for O3 Splash are down. Stone finding another, and it's gonna be it's gonna be a full team kill from Pirates here. In fact, he's the only one left alive, very low here. And I mean, they're gonna be able to back up a bit, stay alive just a bit longer. And I mean, Pirates played that very well. That nano onto Strider, very well done.
And I love the target selection there from Strider. Getting with those supports early, made sure that no one really for O3 Splash to stay alive. And Stone using the pulse bomb to find Vega, a huge early pick.
I mean, we see Nano from O3 Splash come out onto Zera. Not finding much just yet. Haven, though, with the pick on the Chronic. Another onto Stone. Haven being shut down now by Strider. Strider just going to try to hold on to point as long as possible, but ultimately, with 2 down, there's not much they can really do.
Strider are going to be in this backline right now, but they'll be able to get themselves out of it right now. Regroup with, I believe that is Chronic there, and Fix, and Neptune. So they're looking to re-engage here pretty fast. They're trying to get Infected though off this high ground because they have that Flux ready to go, and Pirates in Pajamas has to know they have it ready.
Infected off that high ground, no accretion at the ready. They immediately get picked off by Chronic. And I mean, this Mine's at the ready. We're just trying to see if they can get this high ground here. Zera with the pulse bomb on Neptune, though, gonna prove a big hindrance for Pirates on this push. And you see Chronic going with that overclock. See if they can find anyone here. There's danger. We do see Flux from Infected. Can it find anyone keeping Pirates off the point? Mine's coming out from Pirates here. And that overclock from Haven's gonna find Chronic. Zera onto Stone, and it looks like Pirates, this push is slowing down here, and it looks like they're not gonna be able to push that much further for this first round.
Yeah, and honestly, O3 Splash doing everything right there. It's up to Strider at the moment, just to try to keep themselves alive as long as they can and stall out this cart. You see him just rolling back and forth on this high ground, able to get barely enough of a touch here. And now you see Stone Chronic making the swap, or Chronic making the swap here to that Sombra to try to just keep the touch alive.
Sure, and they're still keeping it alive. Strider able to heal back up with that health pack. Contest as long as possible, try to see if the rest of Pirates can get back on the point. You can see Pulse Bomb coming out from Zera, not gonna find anything, but I mean the picks coming out, 2 from Infected. That's gonna do it for the push from Pirates.
And I can tell you the moment this round kind of all changed there for Pirates in Pajamas. O3 Splash, you have to give a lot of credit to the Tracer play there for them. They found the pulse, or Zera found the pulse bomb stick there onto Neptune just as they used their rally, like in that second to last fight there, and got Neptune out of the fight pretty early because of it. So the rally had almost no value to it, and that's when it all started to change there. Pirates in Pajamas, you saw them basically use all their ultimates there because they found, I think, 1 pick to go into that one after they lost Neptune, and they thought, hey, it's even, let's throw ultimates out there, see if we can find a kill or 2 here. Just not able to do that. O3 Splash had an excellent defense there because those spawns are so favorable for the defensive team here now. But you see what each team's coming out with here. Really not a shock. Infected going over to the Sigma. We did see Strider come out on the Sigma on Samoa. Didn't find the value they were looking for, but Infected, they found the value they were looking for there. The accretions, they were hitting them. The Flux, I think they only were able to get 1 or 2, but they were doing enough there to slow down Pirates in Pajamas. And also, one of the Fluxes they did have stopped them from capturing that second point because they fluxed the point and got everyone that was on point for Pirates in Pajamas either up in the air or away from the cart.
Sure. I mean, O3 Splash playing very reactive, which is actually what you want when you're playing those bit more poke-heavy comps, especially with Infected on that Sigma. I do expect them to go on that high ground, focus at least that high ground on the right side as much as possible, especially with Strider on that ball.
Yeah, but it looks like the only person on the high ground right there would be Chronic if they were up there. But it seems like everyone from Pirates in Pajamas wants to try to play it back towards the point here. Haven, though, coming out on the Sombra, I do like this. If they shut down Strider very early and get them hacked out, you might see Striders get off the ball and try to get anything going their way.
Sure, railgun from Chronic, not gonna find anything here. Strider applying just a bit of pressure while they can. Slamming down, gets slept immediately. Gonna get antied, and they're not gonna last much longer as Strider goes down. I mean, CJ with that Ana, very scary if you don't underestimate them.
You want to talk about being bullied? Strider got slept, accretion, hacked, and then antied all in about the span of 2 seconds. So you can tell who they're really focusing on here, but O3 Splash doing a great job here early, and they're looking to already be able to cap the point here.
Discombobulated, if you will. Strider getting anteed real low here, and it looks like O3 Splash are going to capture first point really early. I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for if you're O3 Splash. You now have 5 minutes left in the bank to capture essentially all of second point.
Yeah, and I mean, you're still finding picks right now, and I've talked about it before. The second spawn point here for the defenders is not necessarily that bad of one. Actually, it really favors them here. That's why O3 Splash was able to stop Pirates and Pajamas here. But just look at O3 Splash here. Zero doesn't have a pulse bomb because I believe they used it already. But Haven, 6% to an EMP here. Infected, CJ, and Vega can all have their ultimates ready. Same thing with Pirates and Pajamas. So this could be a heavily invested ult fight here when we see both teams finally engage on even grounds now, as you already see the cart rounding the first turn there.
A lot of push already coming out from O3 Splash very early on. It looks like that shield from Infected gonna hold on just a little bit longer, try to prevent Chrono from getting too much damage out here. Gravitic Flux coming out from Infected doesn't find anything. I believe they get stunned out of that. And I mean, all the ults coming out from Pirates and Pajamas so far not finding any picks just yet. But I mean, Zero with that pulse bomb on the fix, with how much you've committed as Pirates and Pajamas, not looking too good.
But you are finding some picks now in the late fight here, and that's kind of working out to your favor, but Zero finding Chronic there. But look at the cart! It's almost to the point. Does Pirates and Pajamas even notice?
Infected has been pushing the whole time. Strider gonna hold on as much as they can, but I mean, you have Zero on that Tracer, just providing as much poke damage as possible. O3 Splash finally having to back up as Strider caught on to what O3 Splash was doing there. Just in the nick of time, with 6 meters left.
Haven, though, looking for their opportunity. You see him just kind of lurking right here, but it looks like they're actually going to focus a little bit here on Fix in that backline, try to get the hack and virus combo out on them. Pulse Bomb, though, coming out there, not going to find anyone there for Stone.
No, but that EMP coming out, Haven going to find Neptune. We do see Overclock from Krona coming out. Just a threat of that being there. Already a big threat, but they do get taken out by Haven. That virus hit, though, very impressive. And it looks like O3 Splash is going to just fight as hard as they can to capture this. A lot of picks, even with the minefield out, and they're going to take Blizzard World here.
A great map for O3 Splash, honestly. I mean, they looked very good on defense. After Pirates and Pajamas were able to pretty much get that first point there in 1 or 2 team fights. The swaps that we saw from O3 Splash, though, is the thing I really want to focus on here, especially the tank. Swapping from the, I believe it was Doomfist to a ball, no, Doomfist to the Sigma. I feel like that was the biggest swap there for them. It allowed them to play a lot more differently. And yeah, we talked about, Sigma's not necessarily the tip of the mountain when it comes to tanks, but they're still high up there when you talk about tanks that are really good at the moment. So when they made that swap there, they really did slow down the ball there from Pirates and Pajamas. And now they're up 2-0 in the series, 1 map win away from being one of these Final Four teams.
Yeah, I mean, we have to give credit to those supports providing that high sustain for O3 Splash. They've done exactly what they needed to, especially with Ana getting those effective anti-nades out onto Strider on that ball. We saw him essentially discombobulated on that first point of defense. Try to go with the try to get that back line there, getting slept, hacked, anti everything in the book, every single CC just to get taken out. Not a very effective assault there, but like I said, those supports did exactly what they needed to keep the push alive.
Yeah, everyone on O3 Splash has been doing their jobs, and the supports have probably been doing it the best so far. Me and you don't talk about them a lot, and that's honestly a bad thing on us, since they have been doing such a great job to support their team throughout these first 2 maps. But with that being the end of our second map, we are going to take a quick break and be right back with what could potentially be our final map of the series. Make sure you guys stick around for that one.
Hello and welcome back to Mistletoe Madness. Just some guy here with Dexatron, and I mean we have we're in the middle of a very exciting match. 0-3 Splash versus Pirates in Pajamas. I mean, talk to us a bit about it. We've seen 0-3 Splash now up 2-0, but Pirates in Pajamas don't got them out just yet. They've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, they've been looking really good. I mean, we can go back to the first map of Samoa. The first point, they kind of were slow to get anything going there. Second point, though, that was a 99 to 99 point there. It went into overtime, but at the end of the day there on that map, it was just the fact that 0-3 Splash had 4 ultimates while all Pirates in Pajama had was 1, and that's the reason why 0-3 Splash won that map. And then you go over to Hollywood, and it was a completely different story. We saw each team kind of mix up what they were doing. They got off the Ramatras, went over to dive comps a little bit. It was a fun map, but 0-3 Splash, once they got on the offensive side there, they looked almost unstoppable. We do know where the third and potentially final map of this series would be. It's Flashpoint, so we're heading to the map of Saravasa.
I mean, it's a fun one. Flashpoint gets pretty contentious. I love Flashpoint. Unpopular opinion, I love Flashpoint. I'm sorry.
Hey, I mean, it's okay. Everyone can be wrong, just like I'm wrong for enjoying 2CP.
You know what? We'll agree to disagree. I think we can. we'll settle our differences here. We can each have one wrong take.
But Flashpoint is okay. It plays in the play style of you want to play fast, because if you play slow here on this map, you're gonna struggle for the most part here. If you're gonna play slow, you have to make sure you cap the point first and just never give it up.
Sure. I mean, we see Pirates in Pajamas. They've tried their tank Strider. They tried Sigma, didn't work out on Samoa. They've tried Ball, had a bit of success with Ball on Blizzard World, but ultimately lost. And it looks like they're going to stick with Sigma this time on Saravasa.
And I don't know how I feel about this for Pirates in Pajamas here. You see Stone currently hovering over the Bastion at the moment, but then you see him go back to probably what we're going to see him on, the Tracer. They're just going to use the Symmetra to TP themselves out and then swap over to the Tracer here. They have to be able to find a lot more value on that Tracer, in my opinion, if they want to have their team find some success here. But 0-3 Splash, they're coming back out on a comp that has looked really good for them whenever they played it back in Samoa.
Sure. I mean, they played it really well. Zero on that May. Love seeing it, especially when they get those early headshot picks with Icicles. I mean, already that's a fight shutdown if you can get one of those early. But already Strider not looking too hot as they get taken up by Infected. You were worried about that Sigma pick, and here it is, proving to be not proven very effective to start out. Infected being that pick on a Chronic as well. And 0-3 Splash gonna cap first point to start us out here.
And you saw Strider there for a moment swap off, but then go right back. And like the biggest thing is with the Sigma pick is that Infected, once they get into that Nemesis form, they don't care about the shield. They can punch through it and still do a lot of damage. I don't think the grasp there from Sigma eats up the damage either, and so it doesn't really help them out there. Infected is just able to pressure Strider out so much. I feel like this is a big battle here in this one here, but I mean, Pirates in Pajamas, they have one more fight on this point, and hopefully one more fight here on the Sigma if they do end up losing here, but they do find an early pick here.
Chronic with the pick on the Haven, but Infected again taking out Strider, trying to fit that trying to make it work. It's just not working out. Infected just quickly shutting down Strider wherever possible, and Strider finally swapping off onto Orisa now.
I like this swap here because the Orisa is a good kind of counter swap here for trying to deal with Infected on this Ramatra. You really can't be pressured out that much. You have the Javelin Spin, you have the Fortify that can allow you to survive through a lot here, and you have 2 good supports to help you get in and out of fights, and Fix needs to be able to heal you guys, needs to be able to keep Strider alive here while Neptune gets them out here. But you look at Stone right now, 86% to a Pulse Bomb here. They're going to want to try to play it fast here, especially with this point here, almost capped for 0-3 Splash.
Education Matrix coming up from 0-3 Splash. Did try to get as much damage out as possible. CJ just trying to watch that backline, try to stay alive as much as possible. Gets the pick on the Neptune to start out. Haven taking out Strider, and 0-3 Splash takes the first point here.
And Pirates in Pajamas, I mean, you're seeing the Pulse Bomb come out here from Stone. They're going to find one, but they lose their life. Fix also falls here. If you're Stone, maybe this is a time for a swap here. Like the Tracer, I don't think has been able to get the pressure yet. Going back over to this Mei, I like it a little bit better now that you have Strider on this Orisa. But you look at O3 Splash, they only used that Ant Matrix there in that last fight, the last point. They're about to have 4 ultimates ready to go here. Pirates in Pajamas is going to be walking in to a big problem here that they're going to have to be able to survive through a lot of ultimates if O3 Splash wants to use them here.
Absolutely. It looks like if I'm O3 Splash, I'd want to start out kind of aggressive here. You have that beat at the ready. Amplification Matrix comes out for Pirates in Pajamas just to keep take that space where needed. But we see Annihilation coming out from Infected as well as that Blizzard from Zera. And just keeping them off. Zera's going to find Strider with that Blizz. And it looks like O3 Splash just kind of sealing the show here. CJ getting the pick on the Fix. Haven on the Stone, and O3 Splash going to hold on here at 50% halfway through the second point.
Yeah, and I love the play there from O3 Splash. They allowed Strider to initiate that entire fight there by trying to pressure, I think, about half the team for O3 Splash. They're off the point, but then Infected popped the Annihilation there, Zero throughout the Blizzard, and that kind of separated everyone on Pirates in Pajamas away from everyone else on their team, so they weren't able to keep a lot of support there for everyone. You saw them all kind of fall there, and now your Pirates in Pajamas has to play quick here. They have the beat and the Terror Surge here, but already 90% now for O3 Splash.
You see beat coming up from Pirates in Pajamas to counter Haven's overclock, but I mean, they might not be able to provide much of a resistance on this as Haven gets the pick on the Neptune with the Amplification Matrix at the ready. Very well played from O3 Splash. Infected finding Stone there, and another pick on the Strider as they're now out of Nemesis form. Chronic going down to Infected as well, and O3 Splash just seems to be snowballing here.
Yeah, and it honestly, I mean, it just seems like no one on Pirates in Pajamas is being able to put pressure on and find those picks. Yeah, they're finding the occasional one here and there, but Infected and honestly Haven have done such a great job at making sure Pirates in Pajamas has to play very safe, very defensively, not poking out too far, because if they do, Haven's there with a railgun, and Infected is kind of a good counterpart to them by forcing everyone on Pirates in Pajamas to poke their heads out there and just applying the pressure right now for Pirates in Pajamas. They're coming up on 2 ultimates here that I'm looking for them to combo.
Going to go with the Terror Surge, not going to find anything. Haven getting that pick on the Stone to open up the fight. While they have Blizzard, that's exactly not what you want to have if you're Pirates here. You see Amplification Matrix coming up from Fix. Not going to prove to be that valuable as both Strider and Fix go down here. I mean, if you're Strider, do you just try to swap to that Ramatra, see if it works?
I mean, they're going to have to here, and it is what they're doing. Honestly, I was hoping that Strider would use the Terror Surge, Stone would Ice Wall off the one exit there onto the point there for O3 Splash and use the Blizzard there, but that combo did not come in. Instead, it was the Terror Surge and the Ant Matrix. Did not find the value they were looking for there. But look at O3 Splash. They're about to have all their ultimates ready here. And honestly, if you're them, you can afford here to lose a fight right now and just hold on to all those ultimates, but no, Zero wants to use the Blizzard.
Going on the aggressive, they find 2 with that Blizzard there. Finding another as Strider goes down. Vega finds another on the Stone, and that's going to be a full team kill from O3 Splash.
And at the moment, Pirates in Pajamas, they're going to probably have to make some swaps here if they want to get back. No, it looks like they're going to leave it all on the Neptune, and I like what O3 Splash is doing here. They're just trying to stop them from getting there. And the beat coming out, Haven, though. Haven
finds 2 with the overclock. What a way to close out Saravasa if you're O3 Splash.
Absolutely. I mean, every other map you could say was pretty close, but O3 Splash is always able to get a step ahead. This one, though, they were a mile ahead of Pirates in Pajamas. From the get-go, you saw the problems that Pirates in Pajamas had throughout the entirety of that map. Constant swaps going out there from Strider. I don't think they're ever able to slow down or just kind of stop that pressure that Infected was applying to them there. And honestly, that was just the start of a big downfall from them. Never being able to shut down that pressure, that aggressiveness that Infected was able to have on that Ramatra really, really was probably the reason why Pirates in Pajamas was not even able to get a map this series.
Sure, it ultimately felt like Strider on that tank was just trying to fit a metaphorical circle peg into the square hole. It just wasn't exactly working out. The tanks that they were trying, that they were more comfortable with that, with the ball, with the Sigma, just didn't work. As you saw Infected with that Ramattra just able to shut it down real quick, and when they swapped onto that Orisa, just didn't prove effective as just the overwhelm from everyone else on O3 Splash, especially if you're looking at Zira with the Mei. I mean, there's not much they really could have done on Orisa. They finally relented swapping onto that Ramattra. It just ended up being too late, and O3 Splash just able to take it, especially with that huge ult economy that they had at the ready near the end of Surabasa.
Yeah, and I even said during the map I thought the Orisa pick would actually kind of help out that tank battle a little bit, but no, it really didn't. I think it actually might have helped out a little bit, but you just saw the DPS there for O3 Splash kind of pick up the slack there a little bit, make sure that no one for Pirates and Pajamas was able to get anything going there. And it was just a great kind of map there for O3 Splash, and honestly a great series for them. Pirates and Pajamas, they had their moments where they looked good, but O3 Splash, like I kind of said, was always able to get a step ahead of them and be able to consistently win a team fight when they absolutely needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, very well played from both teams. O3 Splash, though, is going to be the one moving on to the semifinals here for Mistletoe Madness, which you'll see tomorrow. I mean, I'm excited to see how this whole thing concludes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to have 2 streams tomorrow so that every game is going to be streamed. You're not really going to want to miss that out here. A lot of great teams still in the tournament right now. I mean, Domination is going up against Crazy 88s. We saw both those 2 teams today already. Crazy 88s, though, we were talking about this in the break, is the lowest seed at the moment. If they beat Domination, it would be a huge upset for them.
No kidding. A 25th seed taken on a 1 seed. I didn't expect them to make it this far, but here they are. We see the top 7 seeds, and then you see 25th seed Crazy 88 taking on Domination. I mean, you'll love to see it. And if they can pull off an upset and make it to the semifinals, I'd be more than surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we casted the game with Crazy Idiots. They looked really good in that one. I would not be surprised if they beat Domination here. But I think we're gonna throw it to a quick break, and either we're gonna come back with an interview or we're gonna come back with a sign off. So everyone, just stick around. I believe we are gonna be getting an interview, so we're gonna throw it to a quick break and be right back with an interview from a member of O3 Splash.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Mistletoe Madness. I am just some guy. With me is the one and only Dexatron, and we came back from a very exciting and accelerated match, 0-3 splash, taking on Pirates in Pajamas, taking the win 3-0, and moving on to semifinals. And because of that, we have a very fun interview coming up with us. Please welcome Infected. Infected, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for letting me interview.
Of course, of course. I mean, you just came back from a very heated match with Pirates of Pajamas. Talk to us about it. How are you feeling with that?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was a fun match, and my team is just awesome. So it's a lot of fun playing with them.
Sure.
I want to kind of talk about your Ramatra play there, specifically on the last map of Saravasa. Now, that tank battle throughout the series was probably my favorite one to kind of look at there between you and I had their name. What was it? Strider. You and Strider. You guys were going back and forth, but on the last match specifically, you were just able to pressure them out so much on that Ramatra. How does that feel to have sort of that kind of a little bit of a tank diff there in that last map?
I wouldn't really say it's a tank diff because we never really had the mirror except for like that final point of it. I think it was more just like a team gap and just macro gap. Like our team coordination was just a lot better than theirs, and like all our plans went well. And, like every single time we were like going down something or like we were losing in a fight, we just brought it back. So I think it's just a team gap overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked a lot about your DPS there tonight of Zira and Haven, but actually I want to ask you more about your two supports right now of CJ and Vega. It seemed like you were able to be very aggressive, but it always seemed like they had your back. With having that kind of confidence in your supports to keep you alive, does it allow you to play a little bit differently, a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, like I trust CJ with my life on like any character. He's just way too good. And then Vega's just always like hard commenting, like telling us what to do and stuff. And he's always talking to my DPS, trying to help them. So like CJ and Vega are just the best support duo like ever. They're very good.
Very well put. And of course, thank you very much for coming on. Do you have any shouts or anything you want to say while we still have you here?
Shout out Aaron from Micro Center for fixing my PC. And shout out my team. They're awesome.
Absolutely. And of course, thank you very much for coming on. We really appreciate it. And I believe we'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll sign up for today.
No break.
No break. All right. My
No
mistake. I believe we will sign off here. Thank you all so much for watching. And we will come back tomorrow with the semifinals and finals for Mistletoe Madness. Thank you all for watching. And we'll see you next time.